The Passage to Hysteria. Part 4. Return to the catacombs. Through the blind night, Benjamin led his party through the pitch-black meadows with a torch in hand. The fear-stricken man frantically wandered through the dense forest, with his injured ally. Matthew laid unconscious in the sled being towed by Benjamin. The mutating poison from the beast's bite had just begun to flow its way through the sleeping man's body. Though the time of infection was fairly recent, Benjamin knew far too well just how little time it could take for the changing to begin. The young leader had the misfortune of watching many of his compatriots and even friends endure the horrid process. Some within only a few days were rendered into revolting beasts, completely devoid of the humanity they once possessed. Benjamin had taken Matthew under his wing, which meant that he would protect him. In this regard, Benjamin held himself accountable, and knew that he had failed. Regret had already spilled into his veins, much like the poison coursing through Matthew's body. To Benjamin's knowledge, there was nothing that could be done. Once a subject has been bitten, the following process was irreversible. At this point, Benjamin believed that all he could do was return Matthew to the catacombs, where they could make him as comfortable as possible. At the very least, Benjamin could offer the poor man some peace, before the unbearable transformation will have commenced. As he scanned his surroundings, Benjamin struggled to locate their path. The journey was easy in the daylight, but the young leader had never had to return under nightfall. He briefly looked back at his party, and at Matthew in the sled. Though their faces were somewhat cloaked in the night, Benjamin could still make out the grim expression of Carl's face. No words were exchanged, though Benjamin felt the message from Carl's look. It was one of frustration and fear, eager to escape this dire situation. Over his wide back, Carl carried Thomas. The injured boy rested safely on the large Irishman, while his brother Felix traveled beside them, with the same look of terror. Benjamin turned back towards the endless black abyss before him, with nothing but a dimming torch to light the way. The black meadows creaked and moaned a symphony of unsettling sounds around the lost party, only increasing the men's panic. Benjamin's hand dripped with sweat, as it tightly gripped the handle of his blade. He feared an imminent blindside at every moment, while simultaneously trying to follow the winding path that would lead he and his party home. The pressure of leading weighed heavy on the man, as he questioned if he even deserved to be a leader. Benjamin ridiculed himself, reflecting on the casualties of the previous altercation. Not only had Matthew been bitten, but Kurt was likely kidnapped as well. Benjamin feared the wrath of Ezra, once he found out what had occurred on his watch. He knew deep down that Ezra had always doubted his ability to lead. However, none of that mattered in the present moment. All that was pertinent now was that Benjamin returned his party home safely. If it were the last thing he did as their leader, then so be it. With the constant distraction of creaking trees and the tricks of the wind, it was a constant struggle to stay focused. However, the audible illusions were not enough to satisfy the breeze, as it also battled with the fragile flame atop Benjamin's torch. Though just as it seemed their only source of light was about to be snuffed out, fortune shined upon the helpless travelers. For high above, the clouds parted, allowing a mysterious light to illuminate the meadow. Though it was a dim hue, this unexplained phenomenon served as a crucial guide for the men. Benjamin peered upward, trying to decipher this helpful light from the heavens. This beam had no discernible origin, and seemed to simply appear out of thin air. Though he was incredibly confused, Benjamin did not question the ethereal assistance. The man utilized the light source to guide he and his party through the meadows. Leading up the rear of the group, Carl pondered on the many oddities that had occurred since Matthew's arrival. There was something in the air itself that seemed somehow altered to the man. Carl's curiosity ran wild, pondering all about the cosmic phenomenon taking place above his head. Though he was fairly certain that Benjamin would have no clue of its origins, Carl decided to question his leader about the stroke of luck. What do you make of this oddity, Matty? I've never seen nothing of the sort. Carl was correct in assuming that Benjamin had no idea as to what this seemingly purposeless luminescence. I haven't a clue, Carl. It is quite the odd phenomena. Though its purpose matters not to me. If it assists us in our travels, fine by me. Felix had his own opinion on the mysterious matter, and shared it with the others. When he was still alive, our father would speak about a dyad. A cosmic-like coin that formed all that existed. On one side, the bad that spread darkness over everything. And on the other, the good that shined light wherever it was needed. Felix peered up at the heavenly light above, with his eyes squinted. A smile and look of comfort formed on the boy's face. Gracias, Papa. With the curious guide from the stars, the men traveled now unobstructed for some time, before finally finding their way to their familiar territory. What could have been a sinister fate for the tired warriors had now turned into a trek that took them only mere hours. The party rejoiced as the colossal grounded asteroid came into view. A sense of relief passed over the men, as they knew that they had survived the once hopeless-feeling journey through the dark and dreadful meadows. Soon after, the twilight began to transform into first light. The majestic sun peeked its warm smiling face over the distant hills, and flowed its embrace through the trees. Its glory illuminated the white bark, red leaves and blue grass, blessing them with a new day's life. The warm glow even found its way within the translucent shell of the asteroid. Its light brought out awe-inspiring colors that shined like a kaleidoscope from beneath. The blue veins flowed from within the massive space rock, creating a truly beautiful sight for the weary travelers. After such a harrowing ordeal of battle and sense of being lost, the men welcomed the serenity. With all of the positive light surrounding him, Benjamin had neglected Matthew, who was in tow behind him. He turned his head to check on his new friend, and was alarmed by what he saw. The sun's light revealed just how quickly the bite had begun to take effect. The complexion of Matthew's skin had went from a healthy glow, and had dimmed into a much grayer and sickly appearance. The rapid transition greatly alarmed Benjamin, who began to pull harder and walk faster. Pick up the pace, men, this is not a scenic hike. We have an injured man that we must get back at once. Felix obeyed Benjamin's command and quickly picked up his pace. Carl, however, took the moment to look down at Matthew. The cook saw the same thing that Benjamin had seen, and felt the same feeling of despair. He too sped up his trek, with Thomas still on his back. Even Carl began to feel fatigue building from within, having no rest throughout the night. Finally, the concealed entrance to the catacombs was in sight, far in the distance. Though his body desired rest, Benjamin knew that would have to wait. He would first need to have a very difficult conversation with the elders. He knew not how they would react, though it was imperative for them to understand. He felt immense guilt for bringing Matthew along in the first place. Though Benjamin could not have foreseen what took place, he did know how hostile the meadows could be at times. A new arrival with no training had no place outside of the catacombs' protection. Though it mattered not now, as the damage had been done. No man nor woman had ever survived after a bite from the horde, which meant that Matthew's fate had seemingly been sealed. Benjamin had to come to terms with this reality, and knew that he had to remain focused on the task at hand. Matthew's daughter, Anna, was the key to all of this, and her safe return was the only way to save his people. As his thoughts wandered, Benjamin nearly walked straight into the massive boulder placed in front of the catacombs entrance. He came to just in time, returning to the present. Thomas had woken up from his slumber, and with the help of his brother and Carl, climbed up and over the large rock. Following him was his brother Felix. Carl then gracefully scooped up Matthew, and rested him upon his massive shoulders. Before climbing up the rock, Carl stopped to speak with Benjamin. "I'm worried for Isaac. You and I both know the lad won't quit till he finds Kurt, or dies trying. Maybe I should have went with him." A look of doubt formed on Carl's face, removing his usual pleasant and upbeat demeanor. Benjamin did not feel the same concern, and attempted to console Carl. He placed his hand on the man's shoulder. "Worry not, friend. I've yet to meet a man who could kill Isaac. But you're right, he won't stop until he finds Kurt. And he will find him, and bring him home. Now let's head in, we've got a bigger problem." Carl obliged and climbed into the catacombs. Before following his comrades, Benjamin looked to the south. There in the furthest distance, he saw Light's End. Above it shined the same malevolent beam of energy, though it seemed to become more lively. Benjamin knew that time was short, and that the darkness was soon to arrive. The ambitious young man climbed into the catacombs, and prepared himself for an unpleasant conversation. After the tired and bruised men descended down the long winding stairway, they reached the large sealed door at the bottom of the entrance. The others waited as Benjamin approached the door. With the handle of his blade, Benjamin knocked upon the entranceway. "It is the hunt party, we return." Soon the familiar sound of chains rattling echoed out, as the blockade slowly began to roll to the side. As the path was finally cleared, Benjamin and the others entered their home once again. The door was then sealed behind them, keeping all unwelcome out. Once secure within the catacombs' walls, Benjamin looked around. With it being the early hours of the morning, most were still asleep, leaving the place silent. Benjamin took a moment to address his party one more time before departing. He looked to Felix and Thomas. He placed one hand on each of the boys' shoulders. "You two showed incredible bravery out there, and it did not go unnoticed. You made for reliable and dependable allies on the battlefield. Now go get some rest." The two brothers smiled and nodded their heads in respect. Then, with Felix helping Thomas along, the two disappeared down one of the many passageways towards their quarters. Then only Benjamin and Carl, who still carried Matthew over his shoulder, remained. The two stood in silence for a moment, reflecting on all that had recently occurred, before Carl spoke up. "We've always known that progress comes with sacrifice, Benji. Such is the way of war. Just remember that we're on the right side." Carl's words had a visual effect on Benjamin, who fought against the overwhelming stress within. Carl could always see through Benjamin's tough outer exterior, and saw the true kind soul deep inside of the man. Though at some point down the road, Benjamin started to hide that side of himself, and Carl often missed it. The light-hearted young man who loved to laugh, replaced by a hardened and joyless soldier. Though at times, Carl could catch a glimpse of that man he once knew. Benjamin forced a smile upon his face. "Yes, well, their sacrifice is on me, and its weight is becoming too heavy for me to bear." Carl saw the anguish on his old friend's face, and it pained him so. The Irishman stepped to his strained companion, and pulled him close. Benjamin was caught off guard, but was quickly reminded of the familiar embrace. As Carl hugged his saddened brother, he whispered into his ear, "You needn't bear it alone, lad. I am always by your side, and we shall hold that weight together." Benjamin felt the temptation to let his guard down, to be vulnerable for only but a moment. But the man felt that it was inappropriate for a leader such as himself to show such emotion before his men. Even one as close to him as Carl, the man's pride took priority, as he composed himself, pushing his emotions down deep. He hastily concluded the embrace, pulling himself free from Carl's hug. "Thank you, Carl. You are a truly irreplaceable friend and comrade. Now go ahead and transport the deer to the kitchen. We've got many hungry mouths to feed. I will take Matthew to his quarters, then I shall speak with Ezra." The mentioning of Ezra's name brought an instantaneous look of dread to Benjamin's face. Carl understood why, knowing that he likely feared what Ezra's reaction would be to the news of Matthew's unfortunate situation. After transporting the sick man from his shoulder to Benjamin's, Carl patted Matthew on the back. "Poor lad, no man deserves such a fate, especially not one of such a pure heart. His loss will not come in vain. We will save his daughter, or fall on the sword trying." With his kind words, Carl left with the recently killed deer in tow. The young leader patiently waited until Carl was out of his sight. Now standing alone with Matthew over his shoulder, Benjamin let out a deep sigh. The man began to silently weep, with nobody around to witness his fragility. The dam that held back the massive body of stress and anger had overflowed. Tears spewed from his eyes, as he trembled in his hidden distress. He then began to audibly haze himself. "Get yourself together, you coward. Their deaths are on your hands, and you weep like a baby." He shook his head in disapproval, then headed down the corridor that would lead to Matthew's quarters. With each step, Benjamin's self-loathing grew, refusing to spare himself the slightest of forgiveness. He looked down at the man in his arms, and blamed himself for Matthew's condition. As Benjamin turned the corner that led to not only his own quarters, but also Matthew's, he saw a figure standing at the end of the tunnel. His wife Amber waited, with one hand on her pregnant stomach, and the other waving to her husband. Though as Benjamin grew closer, a look of confusion appeared on her face. Benjamin winced at the thought of telling his wife what had occurred, and feared what she may think of him. When he was but mere feet from her, Amber could see the man in her husband's arms. Her hand concealed her mouth. The quick deterioration of Matthew's appearance was truly shocking. Within only 12 hours, the poor man had taken on a sickly and pale appearance. It was as if all of the nutrients were being removed from his body, removing all of the color and life from his skin. His body also occasionally twitched violently, showing the battle being waged within. Her eyes shifted from Matthew, up to her husband, showing great concern. "My God, how did this happen?" Amber instantly knew what caused Matthew's ill outer complexion. The soon-to-be mother was quite familiar with the physical signs of a horde bite. She had the misfortune of witnessing the horrid ordeal several times in the past. She would volunteer as a sort of caretaker for the helpless souls, doing all possible to keep them comfortable in their final days. That was until they became too dangerous for her to be around them, where sudden and final action would then be taken. Benjamin fought the humiliation, and looked his wife in the eyes as he spoke to her. "We were ambushed, it all happened too quickly. My love, I did the best I could to protect him, but I failed. Please do not think less of me, perhaps I am not the leader I thought I was." Amber would not entertain the notion for a moment, and quickly acted to comfort her husband. "Benjamin, you are the bravest man I have ever met. I know in your heart, everything you do is for us, and for the people. That is one of the many things I love about you." Amber placed her soft, kind hand upon Benjamin's cheek. "You are an incredible leader, a loving husband, and soon to be a terrific father. Never doubt that for a moment. Now come, and rest Matthew on his bed." Benjamin obliged, and walked into Matthew's quarters. He gently placed his newfound friend on the bed, and tucked him in. As he stood staring down at his sickly comrade, the moment of his bite flashed before Benjamin's eyes over and over. He thought to himself, if only he had retrieved the carrigan, or if he had just acted a little bit quicker, this would not have happened. Benjamin's growing guilt was briefly interrupted by the gentle touch of his wife's hand on his back. He turned to Amber, who greeted him with a subtle but kind smile. In her hand was a damp cloth, which she placed upon Matthew's forehead. "Is everyone else okay?" Amber asked, looking up at her husband. His initial hesitation to respond filled Amber with angst. Benjamin looked away, avoiding eye contact with his wife. "Ben, what is it?" Amber's tone changed to one of immense concern, as she feared what her husband was not telling her. Finally, with a deep breath, Benjamin looked back at his wife. "Nobody is seriously hurt. However, it seems that during the battle, Kurt was taken prisoner." Amber's eyes bulged, as she began to panic. She glanced at the doorway, making sure that her sister Christina was not present. Though they had only started seeing one another less than a year ago, Kurt and Christina had developed a passionate young love. Amber could not imagine how her younger sister would react to this unfortunate news. "And you came back here without him, Ben?" Benjamin felt his wife's frustration grow, to which he promptly gestured towards Matthew laying on the bed. "We had no choice, Amber. We had to get Matthew back here. Besides, we didn't all come back. Isaac stayed in the meadows to search for Kurt." The stress could be seen on Amber's face as she continued to pat the damp cloth upon Matthew's pale forehead. Though she felt immense frustration, it was not directed towards her husband. Rather, it was the pure unfortunate luck that left her with such a demeanor. She felt the need to clarify this with Benjamin, so that he would not misconstrue this. "Honey, I understand that you were put in a difficult situation, and I am not upset with you. This is just a lot to take in all at once. I don't like the idea of Isaac completely solo in the meadows. Though I'm sure he wasn't willing to come back." Benjamin looked at his wife with a smile and nodded his head. "You know Isaac, love. Either he'll come back with Kurt, or he won't come back at all." Then the sound of swift feet crept from the doorway. Both Amber and Benjamin looked to see what caused the sound. Benjamin suspected it was an eavesdropper listening in on their conversation, and he was correct. Standing in the doorway was Amber's younger sister, Christina. The young woman looked incredibly distraught, having heard what her sister and Benjamin had just divulged. The realization that her boyfriend of the last year did not return home safely, and was in fact kidnapped, was too much for her to process. The first thing Amber saw was the tear-filled eyes of her sister, as her bottom lip trembled. Christina looked at Benjamin with disdain, as her emotions got the best of her. "Where is Kurt?" Benjamin could hear the pain in Christina's voice, which pained the man deeply. Though they were not related, he thought of the girl as a little sister. Seeing her in such anguish caused him even more grief. Though he knew it would hurt Christina, he had to be honest with her. Benjamin found it incredibly difficult to look Christina in the face, knowing what he must tell her. Despite this, he fought through the hesitation and replied, "I don't know where he is, Christina. I'm sorry. He was my responsibility, and I let him be taken away. I failed him, and I failed all of you. But I know he'll be okay. Kurt's a tough kid, and he's got Isaac out there looking for him right now." Benjamin had hoped that his words may bring Christina some comfort, but the young woman's expression suggested otherwise. She sheathed her face with her hand, as tears began to fall profusely. Through her hand, Christina spoke. "I love him, Ben. How could you let this happen? Those savages are going to kill him." The situation had almost become too much for Benjamin to bear. The man could endure any physical pain or ailment. He could break any bone, or contract any illness and survive it. But to face the reality of causing his loved ones pain was enough to break him. Benjamin wrapped his arms around the distraught Christina and held her close. "They are not going to kill him. Kurt is useful to them, and even those brain-dead savages know that. They don't want Kurt, they want me and Ezra. They'll try to use him as a bargaining tool, but what they don't know is that Isaac is coming. Again, I am so sorry that this happened, Christina, and I promise you, I will make it right." Though Benjamin made this promise to Christina, his words meant very little to her, as he had made a similar promise before they departed for the hunt, claiming that he would keep Kurt safe. Fearing she may say something hurtful, Christina remained silent and left the room without a word. Amber looked to her husband and could see the pain on his face. The man had just arrived home and had already caused such anguish for the ones he loved. This weighed heavy on Benjamin's soul, as he felt powerless to fix the issues that blamed himself for creating. All he could do was wait for Matthew's seemingly inevitable demise, and pray that Isaac managed to return Kurt home alive. Benjamin loathed loss of control, and could not stand being at the mercy of fate and forces beyond himself. It seemed to remind the man of his mortality, and that he would not always be around to protect his loved ones. This scared Benjamin more than anything. Though the stoic soldier found solace in the eyes of his wife, with her gaze calming his worried mind. Her soft hand rested on top of his as she spoke. "It is not your fault, Ben. You did the best you could, and you had the best of intentions. We cannot control life, but what we can control is how we choose to face it. And I know you will face this head on." His wife's belief in him motivated Benjamin, and lifted him out of the emotional gutter he had found himself in. His free hand gently grazed Amber's cheek, as he smiled and leaned towards her. His eyes closed as he passionately kissed his wife. Benjamin hoped that his wife knew just how much she meant to him. Their love was what motivated the man to push forward, and gift him with the strength to lead his people. To Benjamin, love was not just a positive emotion, but an emotional fuel source, capable of amazing things. For with love, one could charge head first towards the amalgamation of fear, and pass through unscathed. Evil itself could not delude the purity of true love's power. As their confirmation of love concluded, Benjamin rose to his feet. He looked down at Amber, and spoke. "I must speak with Ezra. Could you please inform Mary of Matthew's situation?" Amber nodded to her husband, as she reluctantly released his hand. Before he left, Benjamin smiled at his wife one last time, feeling an immeasurable amount of appreciation for her. "Thank you, my love, for everything." With these kind words, Benjamin departed from Matthew's quarters, and started his way towards Ezra's personal chambers high above. After a long upward journey in early hours of the day, Benjamin found himself at Ezra's door. He knocked, and heard a voice not long after. "Come in." Benjamin opened the door to see Ezra sitting at his desk as usual, with his back facing the door. The man placed a handful of documents over the same aged piece of paper he had spotted the day prior, before turning to face Benjamin. Ezra wore a half-hearted smile as he looked upon his pupil. He rose from his chair and approached Benjamin with an open gesture. "Welcome back, Benjamin. How did the hunt go?" The two briefly embraced before Benjamin could respond. He looked Ezra in the eyes, preparing himself for the unfortunate news that he had to deliver. Ezra could sense the dread within Benjamin, and his smile quickly faded. What happened? The experienced leader had seen the very same expression on the young man's face before. It had always acted as an obvious precursor to an awful confession. Benjamin's bloodshot eyes shied away from Ezra's intense gaze. Turning away in shame, Benjamin spoke. "Matthew has been bitten by a horde beast, and Kurt was kidnapped by the horde herders." The information caused Ezra's jaw to drop, as he lowered his head down into his hand. The deeply agitated man sighed as he shook his head in disbelief. An extremely tense moment of silence lingered, before Ezra's head shot back up. His eyes were filled with anger, which was very much unlike Ezra. "You careless, reckless man. Do you see now what your impulsive tendencies lead to? You were so obsessed with proving yourself worthy of leading, that you failed to perform the most integral task of a leader. Protecting your people." Ezra's balled-up fist slammed down on a table positioned to his side. The enraged leader stood silent once again, allowing his words to sink into Benjamin's mind. Though despite the tongue lashing, Ezra did not believe that his words would have any lasting effect. He had already felt weary about Benjamin ever being his successor. Ezra had long warned of the young man's eagerness to battle, and his lack of forward thinking. Though many praised Benjamin, and insisted to Ezra that he simply allow the man time to mature and grow into the role of leader. However, time after time, Ezra watched as his people were affected by Benjamin's decisions in the heat of moment. For Ezra, this most recent stumble was the final straw. He could no longer put the safety of his people in vain. "I can no longer in good faith trust the future our people to you. Though your intentions may be pure, your execution has proved hazardous to our continued existence." As he heard Ezra speak the words, Benjamin knew exactly what he was saying. In essence, Ezra was stripping him of his rank. This did not sit well with Benjamin, who refused to take full responsibility for what had occurred. Though he was leading the hunt, he nor even Ezra could have predicted what took place. Benjamin felt as if he were being pinned as the scapegoat for something that was for the most part out of his control. For a long time, Benjamin held back his true feeling towards Ezra. The endless scrutiny and lack of acknowledgement had long built up resentment within Benjamin. He no longer desired to hide his genuine opinion, and allowed his tongue to lash back at his so-called mentor. "I did the best I could do, Ezra." Benjamin's sudden burst of rage caught Ezra off guard, which caused his eyebrows to raise. He watched as the pent-up anger manifested itself as tears in Benjamin's eyes. The young man's hand balled up into fists. "Yes, what happened was unfortunate, and I wish it could have gone differently. But do not dare insinuate that I do not care for our people. I would have gladly taken that bite, and I would have willingly been kidnapped instead. Sure, I act impulsively, but it is only because I am so desperate for your approval. You have no idea what it is like to live in your shadow. The pressure I have felt, as everyone expects me to fill your shoes." Benjamin paused for a moment, allowing the swollen rage to die down, before continuing. He breathed in deep, and closed his eyes. As he exhaled and opened his eyes, Benjamin continued. "Let us not forget just how many lives were lost under your watch. Just because decades separate us from their deaths, does not make them any less significant. For years you waged war against Chanaan, more than happy to send men to their deaths, just so that you could possibly have a chance at your revenge." Benjamin's words cut deep and noticeably struck a nerve with Ezra. The aged leader's face appeared quite peeved, as Benjamin brought up sensitive subjects from his past. Benjamin continued on. "You can act all enlightened and peaceful now, but we will never forget the warlord that once led the catacombs. Yet you raise an issue when I insist that we push back against the horde that invade the meadows, inching ever closer to our home. You would rather hide and shy from the fight, than fight back. That's why you don't approve of me taking your place, because I remind you of yourself. A better version, that is, before misplaced lost your spine." Ezra did not intend to let this slight against his reputation go free without punishment. The weathered leader stepped close to Benjamin, with their faces mere inches apart. Ezra, being just a tad taller, looked down his nose at Benjamin, holding back his anger. Ezra had long battled with his own guilt, set upon his shoulders many years ago. Though Benjamin's words held some truth, Ezra was not about to allow his underling to disrespect in such a way. However, Benjamin refused to shy from the confrontation as well. He had long felt ridiculed and never taken seriously by Ezra. The man had reached his limit, and knew that one way or another, things would have to change. Benjamin stood stoic and fearless, awaiting Ezra's next move. He knew not if the next action would be with words or with fists, but he remained brave regardless. After a long smoldering glare at his subject, Ezra finally spoke. "You show your ignorance, by speaking on events that you were not even alive to witness. You may criticize me for my decisions, stubborn though they might have been. However, until you have experienced the level of loss that I have, do not dare judge me. For when you speak ill of my choices while grieving, you disrespect the legacy of my loved ones. What I did was to preserve their honor. That evil creature lurking in the swamps stole everything from me. Once upon a time, I made a promise to my dying child that I would avenge their death. A promise that I failed to keep." Ezra paused, as it seemed that the mentioned memory had taken its toll on the man. The slightest glimpse of tears could be spotted in his eyes, as he inhaled deeply. Never taking his eyes off of Benjamin, Ezra's nose twitched, as emotions inflamed within him. "Though eventually, I came to a realization. My unlimited hatred for that monster was not worth the lives of my people. The pain I felt was mine to bear, not theirs. By sending my men to die, I only created more misery and despair. all the while, never achieving my goal of severing that man's head from his body. And even if I had been successful, my family would still be dead, along with my men. So I locked myself away, until I was truly ready to let go of the vendetta that had caused endless turmoil for all involved. Finally I had found peace, and was prepared to lead these people once again. Now I lead them, devoid of emotion to cloud my judgment. I do simply what is in their best interest, and in the interest of our continued prosperity. Ezra paused once more, perhaps to let what he had said settle in. The fury had faded from both men's faces, replaced with understanding. Benjamin found it hard to hate the man before him, now having a better understanding for his choices. He reflected on how emotions may have played a role in his decisions as well. Benjamin realized that he had perhaps been too harsh on Ezra. Despite him being a well-meaning leader, the man was still human. He could fall victim to his emotions just as anyone else could. For to err is human, and to forgive is divine. Ezra then delivered the conclusion to his statement. You see now, Benjamin, I was not hard on you because I did not think of you as worthy of leading. I merely saw a reflection of my younger self, looking back at me, prepared to make the very same mistakes again. Perpetuated misery cannot be allowed to persist. We must learn from the past. I will not let what I did happen to these people again. We will not survive it. I cannot escape my guilt, and I do not wish for you bear the same weight as I do. Ezra placed his hand on Benjamin's shoulder, and extended his other hand out towards him. After a moment, Benjamin looked down at Ezra's open hand, and accepted the gesture. The two shared a firm and mutual handshake. Benjamin prepared to say something to Ezra, however before he could, a voice interjected from behind. It was Benjamin's wife, Amber, knocking at the open door. The two men concluded their handshake, and turned to face the pregnant woman. Mary is in Matthew's chambers. She would like to speak with both of you at once. Benjamin looked to Ezra, who gestured for him to lead the way. The three then traveled their way downhill, throughout the many wandering tunnels of the catacombs. The early hours left the endless pathways empty and quiet, with nothing but the spiraling blue veins along their walls. Eventually the three reached the chambers where the sickly Matthew rested, with a weary elderly woman beside him. Led by Ezra, the married couple followed behind as he entered the room and approached the bed. Standing by Matthew's sleeping body, was Mary holding the codex close to her chest. The wise woman gestured for all to congregate beside her. The party gathered around, all prepared for what they thought would be a difficult conversation. Ezra got his first look at Matthew, and was heartbroken by the man's rapidly worsening condition. He leaned over and placed his hand on Matthew's shoulder. I'm sorry this happened to you, my friend. I did not believe that this was what fate had in store for you. Though you may not be able to hear me, let it be known that your loss will not be vain. Benjamin was next to pay his respects to his newly known friend. No, it will not. I swore to this man that I would help him save his daughter from these wretched lands. I intend to keep my word, for Anna is the key to our salvation. Freeing her is our only hope. As a sorrowful fog filled the space, silence fell upon them all. That is except for Mary, who wielded unknown knowledge that she intended to share with the others. Perhaps not. These two small but impactful words slipped from Mary's lips, and perked the ears of all in proximity. First Benjamin, then his wife Amber, and finally Ezra all turned their attention to the wise elder. Ezra seemed the most puzzled, as he had believed that he had come to know all about Hysteria. Though if there was one who could humble the mighty Ezra, it was Mary. He gave his old friend a curious look with a subtle smirk, as he knew that she had some sort of card up her sleeve. Once she had gained everyone's attention, Mary then gently placed the codex down on the nightstand beside Matthew's bed. She gracefully began to flip through the hundreds of pages, until she came across a specific page in the middle. In the center of this page, was a noticeable fray of page residue, insinuating a torn-out section once existed there. Their eyes all discovered this, and looked to Mary for an explanation. Removed from this text, a truly integral excerpt was, "By my grandmother's hands, a single page was torn from the codex. For if the knowledge of this page fell into the wrong hands, it would spell the end of us all. This information has been kept from all light, for not even the cosmic malevolence is aware of it. The dark entity's very existence is a balance, a two-sided coin. Similarly, too, will be its undoing. For Anna is not only the perfect vessel for amalgama, she is also the ideal antidote to thwart it. Though like the influential spirit, Anna is one of two sides. A dyad, if you will, both of equal potential for malevolence and benevolence. You see, it is not merely the child that wields endless potential, but the father as well." They all watched in confused awe as Mary placed her hand upon Matthew's forehead, insinuating that the man had significance beyond their understanding. They waited with bated breath, as the wise elder continued her explanation. "Strong alone, but infinitely more powerful when united, it is a force immense enough to break down the very fabric of existence. For it is this balance of two sides that are the support beams of all that exists. These two forces of the universal dyad have found themselves dwelling within a father and a daughter. So you see, it is not merely Anna who is the key, but Matthew as well. This knowledge is unknown to the dark entity, for its benevolent half has sheathed this truth from its vision. The father cannot fall to the dark influence." Benjamin and his wife shared a look of utter confusion, while Ezra's face spoke of betrayal. The man was hurt, insulted that his oldest friend would share such vital information with him. Mary could see the pain on her old friend's face. "How could you keep this from me, Mary? We have always shared everything with each other. We have led our people as a unit for decades, with 100% transparency. Did you not think that I should know this?" Mary could not bear to see the anguish on Ezra's face, as she had come to care for the man like family over the years. Their bond was unbreakable, built upon trust and honor. She looked to Ezra, and reached her hand out towards him. Though hurt by her secret, Ezra hesitantly approached. Mary took his hand and held it close to her. She looked up into his kind eyes, and spoke. "My dearest friend, I am sorry that I kept this from you. Please try to understand, that was my secret to bear, and no one else. To take on the responsibility of the Codex, is to dedicate your life to its protection and will. This text was gifted to life as a beacon of hope, when all is dark. It is our only salvation, and I alone must carry the burden of its message. It was the will of the Codex to withhold such precious information, until the time was right. For we are the chosen, to bring upon light's new beginning." Though Ezra still felt somewhat flustered, he understood that Mary had only ever meant well. He could not resist the pure charm of his friend, and smiled at her. He pulled her close for a long hug. As the two embraced, Benjamin questioned Mary's statement. "How will we stop Matthew from becoming one of the horde, Mary? Nobody has ever been cured once bitten, it's impossible. Once amalgama's influence courses through your veins, your soul belongs to Hysteria. It can never be returned to your body." Though despite Benjamin's belief, the wise old woman was not through with her secrets quite yet. Mary closed the Codex, and began to slowly shuffle herself towards a nearby chair. Once seated, the elderly lady looked at Benjamin. "What you say is half true, my son. Yes, once bitten by the horrid beast of the meadows, Matthew's veins was polluted by the Dark Lord's influence. This has always resulted in the victim's soul being forcefully removed from its body. Once soulless, the body then transforms into a reputation of pure evil. We have seen this time and time again, to many good people. However, when the soul is detached from its body, it does not simply wander Hysteria aimlessly. No, these poor spectres are collected, and housed together in the core of Hysteria. Deep beneath us, dwelling far down in the center of this world, further than any human has traveled, is a prison. Though this is not a prison made of physical barricades, but of spiritual tethers and a vaporous body of water. Here the poor spirits that have fallen victim to Amalgame's deception linger for eternity, waiting for the cosmic evil to free them from their prison. This place is known as the Sea of Stranded Souls. A cold chill filled the room at the mere mentioning of this place. It was as if even saying the words conjured an ethereal response. The frigid breeze was accompanied by the familiar whispering sounds, though these were much more prominent than the ones that could be heard throughout the meadows. Benjamin, Amber and Ezra all looked about, obviously unsettled by the phenomenon. Mary, however, did not appear the least bit surprised by this event. She simply smiled at her friends and remained seated. Do not fear, these are nothing more than lost spectres, aimlessly wandering about. Against their own will, they are drawn to the sea. Even speaking the words will conjure them, but they are harmless. After a few more moments, the chill and whispers seemed to recede from the room. Ezra looked somewhat flustered by the occurrence. Despite spending a lifetime in this place, it seems that I have but scratched the surface of its vast knowledge. Mary, my dear, are you saying that this sea can cure infected people of the horde disease? Mary gave her old friend a skeptical look, as if to insinuate that the reality was much more complex than he was insinuating. The waters of the sea cleanses any vessel that touches it. Think of it as a literal clean slate, removing any ailment that exists. These waters have astronomical healing properties, no doubt bestowed by forces beyond our comprehension. Amber chimed in with her own question about this place. So if we take Matthew to this sea, then he will be saved? Mary subtly nodded her head, though made sure to clarify. Allow me to explain this very clearly. At the moment the horde's toxins invaded Matthew's body, his soul was under attack. After long enough time, the poisonous influence will remove Matthew's soul from his body, which will then be added to the collection at the sea. We must take the man there, so that his body may be cleansed, and if need be, his soul be returned. Benjamin's eyes opened wide, as his face filled with a mix of confusion and distress. He looked to Mary and spoke with a tone that insinuated anger. Mary, if this place has always existed, then why have we not taken our infected there before? I have watched countless members of our people face the horror of turning into those things. I prayed for them, under the belief that there was nothing that could be done. Now you tell me that they went through all of the physical pain and mental anguish for nothing. The young man began to take on a semi-aggressive stance, showing just how upset this news had made him. His mind flashed memories of his close friends turning into nightmarish ghouls, devoid of any sign of their former humanity. Men and women that he had made pleasant memories with, who reached the worst of deaths. Amber placed her hand on her husband's chest and looked into his eyes. She placed her other hand on Benjamin's cheek and attempted to gain his attention. Benjamin, calm down. The enraged man slightly relaxed his posture and took his eyes off of Mary for a moment. He looked down at Amber and felt the rage slowly drain from him. Mary took the time to explain the situation to Benjamin, while he was calm. Benjamin, allow me to explain. The journey to the sea is not only a long one, it is also extremely dangerous. The path leads far beyond the safety of the meadows and far down into the Great Divide. Some of the heaviest populations of horde exist along the pathway. Traveling to the sea is essentially a death sentence. Informing you all of this place would have only resulted in countless more deaths. For with suffering comes emotions, which clouds critical thought. The families of the victims would not care about the overwhelming risk of traveling to the sea, and would inevitably meet the same fate. I could not in good conscience reveal this information to the public. After all, my goal is to secure a better tomorrow for our people. However, Matthew's importance cannot be underestimated. We now have but 3 days, until the essence transfer will be attempted. Our only chance to save Hysteria from complete annihilation is to reunite Matthew and Anna. So although the journey is likely suicidal, we must at the very least try. For to give up now will most certainly doom us all to the same grim fate. The room fell silent, as the occupants were all floored by the heaviness of the situation. Benjamin felt such a weight upon his shoulders once more. For he feared that he may have very well killed his people's only chance at survival. Benjamin now felt that it was his mission to save Matthew and redeem himself. Ezra stepped forward to address the room. "Very well, we shall embark at first light." Benjamin's face scrunched up, as he whipped his head towards Ezra looking very confused. "I'm sorry, but did you say we?" The grey-haired man looked to Benjamin and nodded his head, with a look of certainty on his face. "Yes, I did, for such an integral task requires the most suitable to secure its undertaking. This is make or break for us, and I cannot bestow this burden on you alone, Benjamin. It is far too grand." Benjamin felt very conflicted by Ezra's decision. On one hand, he felt insulted by Ezra's decision to involve himself. To Benjamin, it was a clear indication that his mentor did not believe in him to accomplish the task. On the other hand, Benjamin could understand Ezra's reasons for doubting him, as he now knew just how important Matthew was, and Benjamin was tasked with protecting him at all costs. A task in which he had failed. Benjamin felt the need to voice his feelings on the subject. "I once swore to do anything for the good of our people. And I still stand by my oath, and will prove it with my actions. Though I may have failed in protecting Matthew, I will not fail this time. For to save him is to make possible a brighter future for my unborn child." Benjamin's hand caressed Amber's crowning stomach. "It is the future that matters, and it is our purpose to protect it. That oath I spoke said that the life of our culture is of more importance than the life of the individual. I have lived by that code, and will continue to do so. You say the path to this sea is perilous, but it matters not. For if I must give my life to procure one for my child, I will do so with a smile on my face. Worry not, Ezra, I will not fail again." Ezra stepped close to Benjamin and extended his hand out forward. Benjamin grasped hold of Ezra's hand and held it tight. "No, Benjamin, we will not fail. You are right, it is the future that matters, not the past. You are the future for our people, and I will be right there beside you on this journey." A pure look of joy filled Benjamin's face, as he finally felt that Ezra saw his potential. He had long yearned for Ezra's approval, and moreover his love. Though he had never said it, Benjamin always thought of Ezra as somewhat of a father figure. So the kind words from Ezra truly meant the world to Benjamin. As the two looked back at Mary, she had some additional information for them. "Once you have exited from the meadows, keep south. Enter the Great Divide, and follow it for one day. You will encounter a dense fog that will grow thicker with each step. Ignore your instincts, and continue onward. Eventually you will come across a clearing from the fog, and there you will find water. You will then be confronted by the congregation of souls. It is integral that you make it known that you are a foe of Amalgama. For if you don't, the specters may meet you with hostility. Inform them of Matthew's importance, and let them know of the impending arrival of the cosmic evil. I can guarantee that they will help, but it is our only chance." The two men took a moment to digest the information. Ezra then turned back to Benjamin. "I shall inform Carl. Perhaps his brutish brawn will be enough to get us to this sea alive." Ezra then wished the group a good night, and returned to his chambers. Soon after, Benjamin and Amber did the same. Amber escorted her mother back to her room, and wished her a grand night of rest. The couple then found themselves tucked away in their bed, but unable to sleep. Amber turned to her husband, with tears in her eyes. "Please come back, Ben. Your child needs you. I need you. I don't know what I would do without you." Benjamin pulled his sobbing wife close, and rested her head upon his shoulder. He ran his fingers through her hair and caressed her arm gently. However, Benjamin struggled, not knowing what to say to his wife. He would never wish to lie to Amber, but did not want to cause her any grief. She was pregnant, and did not need the additional stress. The truth was that Benjamin had no idea what this journey had in store for him, nor if he would return alive. Instead, Benjamin remained silent, and simply held his lovingly. He took in every last detail, and cherished every moment, not knowing if he would ever get to hold her again. The warmth of her body, the smell of her hair, and the feeling of contentment were all viewed with a new level of appreciation. Benjamin had never felt so grateful for what he had and to be alive. Though potential death faced the man, Benjamin fell asleep with a blissful smile upon his face. Fall into madness. Trapped in the cold, depressing fortress of the Horde herders, Officer Park had just awakened from a particularly horrid nightmare. The foul dream was so incredibly vivid and disturbing that it had caused the man to wake covered in his own sweat and panting uncontrollably. The confused and petrified man frantically looked about, temporarily forgetting where he was. Panic ensued as the man thrashed about like a trapped animal, pulling at his shackles. His actions were punished by a relentless shock of pain throughout the man's arms. The prisoner groaned out into the empty freezing room, for nobody to hear, as it echoed off of the mountainous roof. The man trembled as he slowly felt his racing heart rate begin to slow down within his chest. As he slowly remembered what had occurred, flashes of the startling visions reminded him of its sadistic nature. Images of blood and feelings of agony, absolute madness. Though most of Parker's dreams would be forgotten within minutes of his awakening, this one was particularly vivid. Its every detail remained clear and precise in the man's mind, despite how much he desired to forget it. Despite his attempts, Parker felt his mind seemingly force him to recall the nightmare's terrible events. Within his slumbering visions, Parker found himself devouring a helpless woman. As he sunk his teeth into the defenseless girl's flesh, they screamed out for mercy and rescue. Despite his conscience screaming at him to cease the inhumane act, Parker could not stop himself. He instead watched helplessly, locked within his own mind, as he ripped the skin and muscles off of her bones. Her screams and pleads fell onto deaf ears, as blood filled every inch of his vision. He watched as the life drained from her eyes, as his monstrous teeth chewed upon her. And if the act of not only killing but consuming a human being was not disturbing enough for Parker, it somehow became even worse. For as he gazed upon his lifeless victim, the cannibal discovered the horrid reality of his actions. The identity of his victim was his wife. Though he was so relieved that it was only a nightmare, the visions were too much for Parker to bear. It had completely pushed his emotional state to its breaking point, causing him to sob and scream. After minutes of weeping, Parker had become still and silent. His mind recalled the events of prior. Hours earlier, the restrained Parker was force-fed an excessive amount of repulsive horde flesh. Though his gut felt agitated and inflamed from the foreign meat, it was Parker's mind that was of the greatest concern. Deep down, far off in the distant corners of his mind, the man began to hear the faintest of whispers. Despite being sleep-deprived and badly beaten, Parker still had the wherewithal to differentiate reality from imagination. Unable to free himself from his restraints, the man struggled with an ever-burning agony in his shoulder joints. For hours now, they had supported his near 200-pound frame and began to scream out for respite. The weak prisoner struggled to raise his head and scanned his surroundings. He could see Charnan's throne, but not the king himself. It seemed that while Parker slept, the malicious chieftain must have departed from his chamber. Parker questioned just how long he had been unconscious for, having no bearing on time at all. Then he painstakingly raised his head, until the back of his skull rested upon his neck muscles. Parker observed his wrists, and just how noticeably irritated they had become. The parts of his skin that were in direct contact with the rusty shackles had become red and swollen, which accompanied the dozens of small lacerations from the jagged parts of the aged steel. Blood, both dried and fresh, had pooled on the shackles' handles, while the excess flowed its way down Parker's wrists. All along his arms were both dry and wet patches of his own blood. He tenderly began to turn his wrists, to attempt to ease the pain and numbness. However, this action caused the polar opposite to occur, and resulted in a tremendous amount of pain around the open wounds. Parker ground his teeth together, as he bared the hot and overwhelming pain. His flesh had become incredibly sensitive from the constant friction with the sharp metal. The throbbing pain in his wrists paired with the stagnant ache of his shoulders made for a crushing combination. The constant waves of discomfort along with his empty stomach crying out were nearly too much for the malnourished man to endure. However, if that was not enough to break the man, then the slowly growing voices would be. These whispers seemed to be off in the distance, but they seemed to be coming ever closer and louder. Parker desperately tried to shift his thought and distract himself from the whispers. He pictured his wife and child, happy with glowing smiles upon their faces, sat on a picnic blanket in the park with a friendly sun shining down on them. Parker breathed in slowly, held it for a moment, then exhaled. He could sense his mental state beginning to slip, and was going to take the proper steps to calm his mind. Parker had always been touted for his mental fortitude, but this situation could prove impossible for even the strongest to endure. As he continued his melodic breathing, Parker could sense that the whispers had ceased growing nearer. It seemed that he had managed to keep the voices at bay, for now. Though just as Parker had seemed to find a small sliver of peace, unrest came barging in through the throne room's front door. Parker looked to see Charnan storming forward, with a massive chunk of meat in his hand. As he grew closer, Parker could more easily see what the king held in his hands. Upon closer inspection, the officer came to a grim conclusion. The diabolical chieftain was holding a human leg in his massive hand. He watched in horror as the giant savage sunk his yellow foul teeth deep into the flesh. Blood spewed out from the severed limb, like ketchup on a burger. As he chewed his food, Charnan made sure to lick about his lips, collecting all of the residual blood around his mouth. Then as he reached the rear of the room, he approached Parker. "Good morning to my new pupil. How was your slumber? I imagine your dreams were quite vivid." Parker's eyes grew wide, as he questioned how the sadistic king was aware of his disturbing dream. It seemed to him that Charnan must have somehow conjured the awful nightmares to manifest themselves in Parker's PSCHY. As Charnan revealed his evil grin, Parker felt completely out of control of his fate. He sat shackled, both physically and mentally, at the mercy of the malevolent king standing before him. As Charnan stood only a foot away from Parker, he came to a stop. His huge hand found itself under Parker's chin, and forcefully pulled it upward, so that he could get a proper look at his prisoner's face. Charnan's thick fingers pressed down on Parker's jaw with excessive force. The man winced in pain, as he helplessly stared into the eyes of his nemesis. Charnan's soulless pupils stunned the officer, striking fear into his eyes. "You look quite famished, let's get you something to eat." As his hand released Parker's jaw from its grip, Charnan raised it high in the air. Then he snapped his large fingers together, creating an incredibly loud sound of friction. Then as soon as Charnan snapped his fingers, the very same imbecile guard from earlier came rushing into the throne room. Parker looked on with disdain as the moronic henchman shuffled about, holding something in his hand. To Parker's dismay, he soon discovered what the contents of this mysterious substance was. However, the prisoner did not come to this realization through the use of his vision, but his sense of smell. An all too familiar rancid odor filled the room, and grew in intensity with every step that the savage took. Parker groaned out in protest, as he realized that the guard was approaching with another handful of that repulsive meat. Charnan teased the helpless man as his next force-fed meal approached. "Do not fret, with time you will come to crave its unique flavor." The king smiled devilishly as his dullard of a servant reached Parker, still restrained against the rough wall. Despite his best efforts and resistance, the scene played out identically for Parker. The guard simply grabbed hold of his head and forcefully pried Parker's mouth open, to the point that the poor man feared that his bones may snap. The guard was obviously purposefully performing this malicious act. For once he had Parker's mouth successfully unlatched, he did not immediately begin to funnel the repulsive flesh down his gullet. Instead he glared down at the helpless whimpering man, staring deep into his eyes with a sadistic burning in his eyes. With Parker at his mercy, the guard pressed down even harder, pushing the man's jaw far past its functional limit. Parker screamed out in absolute agony, as he suffered under the mercy of the henchman. Officer Parker could not speak, and he could not use his hands to try and cease the agonizing act being performed upon him. All he could do was bear the pain for as long as the guard decided it would last. "This is what you get for fighting me last time, bad dog." The guard shouted in Parker's face with ignorant rage, exemplified by bursts of spit spewing from his sewer mouth. Parker felt such disgust as the idiotic savage's saliva plastered his face. Still, despite the harsh punishment, the guard did not seem to be satisfied yet, as he pulled at the top and bottom of Parker's mouth. The helpless hollers for mercy echoed off of the room's rocky walls. Finally, it seemed that even Charnan had grown tired of the torturous act. "That's enough of that, you swine. My plan will require that he be able to speak. If you break his jaw, then I shall use your entrails to decorate my chambers." Parker watched as a look of sheer terror appeared on the guard's face. He instantly reduced the pressure on the officer's jaw, back to just enough to keep it open. Parker felt a brief moment of relief, but knew that this solace would be short-lived. For the guard switched gears and began to forcefully shove the fly-ridden, pus-filled meat down into Parker's open mouth. Just as last time, the vile taste caused the officer's body to violently regurgitate and gag. However, the henchman firmly pressed his hand over Parker's lips, forbidding any contents to escape. Simultaneously, the guard pinched close the man's nostrils, obstructing all access to air. Parker could not believe that he was living through such an unimaginably disgusting and dehumanizing experience such as this. He had never felt such a lack of control, and felt completely violated. Though despite his best efforts to repel the foul material in his gullet, gravity eventually won the battle. He inevitably lost the struggle, and has no choice but to swallow down the repugnant flesh, along with his own spew. The callous guard chuckled moronically at the sight of his victory. He snatched hold of Parker's hair and wrenched it back with tremendous force, just like last time. "That's a good boy. Soon enough you'll be begging me to feed you." The humiliating and emasculating taunts only fueled the fire within Parker, that he so badly hoped to release. For fantasizing about his vengeance was the only thing allowing Parker to cling onto his sanity in this utterly hopeless pit of despair. As the heinous force feeding continued, Parker escaped within his mind, dreaming of better times. His years as a young man, and the freedom he felt. The high he experienced when he fell in love, and the excitement of starting a family. The pride he felt when he graduated from the academy towards the top of his class. The highlights of Parker's life allowed the man to disassociate himself from the unbearable reality he had found himself in. Though even the fondest of daydreaming could not free Parker from his horrid fate. As the guard would constantly haze and physically agitate the man, making it difficult to distract himself for long. Finally, the feeding had ended once again. The guard left behind a sobbing broken man, who felt such immense physical and emotional disgust. Charnan looked on at his project, and grinned with glee. For he could see the cracks beginning to form, Parker had begun to break. The cunning Charnon once again left Parker to suffer in solitude, leaving the man alone with only his thoughts to keep him company. For hours, the shackled man felt thoughts very foreign to his character slowly begin to creep in. Intrusive whispers invaded Parker's thoughts, saying terrible things. Before his second forced feeding, these whispers appeared quite small, as if they were far off in the distance, across a vast sea. Now, after ingesting another heaping amount of the repulsive flesh of the horde, the voices seemed to have found their way across the sea, and were now alarmingly close. Near enough, that they were now louder than Parker's own thoughts. The man struggled to ignore them, as they sounded as if they were spoken from lips beside his ears. He could not turn from them, nor could he find any solace from their aggressive messaging. Louder they grew, as the young officer could no longer hear himself think, and could only hear the whispers. They had very quickly occupied his mind, leaving room for nothing else. Sensing his loss of control, Parker panicked and lashed out. "Shut up! Get out of my head!" His primal screams had no effect on the ever-encroaching and all-consuming voices, as his own voice seemed muffled in comparison. The man felt powerless, as he felt his own sanity slipping away from his grasp, being replaced by voices that were not his own. Their words of madness rang out through Parker's mind. "Amalgama is all. Give your mind, obey or die." As the whispers morphed into screams, they became recognizably demonic in tone. Deep and evil in sound, they chanted non-stop. Louder and louder their words grew, so too did the amount of voices in his head. What was at first one voice, then two, now became an endless amount of distinct voices, all malevolent and in sync. "Give your mind." More aggressive the tone grew, to a terrifying extent. Parker had lost control of all faculties, and had now been reduced to begging for any sort of respite from the screaming. The poor man sobbed helplessly. "Please stop, please." The voices cackled sadistically at the suffering man's cries for relief. They had Parker on the edge, and they intended to push him off, spiraling down into the dark abyss of madness. With nothing to aid his symptoms, Parker merely held out for as long as possible. Though he fought with his heart, Parker witnessed as his memories slowly began to fade from his mind. His wife's face, which he has gazed at thousands of times, now became blurry to him. So too became the faces of his children, wiped from his recollection. Parker's entire lifetime of memories were being erased from his mind, and the man could do nothing but watch it happen. The officer begged once more to the voices. "Please, not my memories." The callous laughs continued, as the voices took immense joy witnessing the man's agonizing tumble into insanity. They knew that they had Parker right where they wanted him. Desperately clinging onto the only thing that mattered to the man, his identity. Without his selfhood, the man would be a blank and stripped-down human, devoid of anything to care for or be motivated by. In this state, the powers that be could mold him into whatever form they desired. However, the power did not wish to take everything from him. Instead, they left just enough to hold over the officer's head, assuring his unwavering loyalty and submission to their will. The voices then offered Parker a bargain. "Give your soul to Amalgama, and your mind shall remain." At a significant disadvantage and having nothing to counter with, Parker had no choice. The man cared not for himself, but could not face the idea of forgetting his own family. His wife and children formed the man's entire being, and was his motivation for life. Though Parker had always thought of himself as a fortress, it seemed that the voices had found his Achilles heel. Utterly broken and desperate for an end to the torture, Parker gave the voices what they so eagerly desired. "Okay, you can have it." The voices were not content with the man's half-hearted pledge. They lashed out at Parker, instilling fear within him. The voices were so overwhelmingly loud and terrifying in tone. "Submit your soul to Amalgama." The man hesitated for a moment, feeding the rage of the powers that occupied his mind. In an act of punishment, disturbing images began to flash before Parker's eyes. Horrific visions of his family being brutalized in the most disturbing ways imaginable. His wife and children's agonizing screams rang out inside of his head. Though he knew the visions were not real, they were simply too much for Parker to bear. He screamed and pleaded for the terrible images to cease, but the voices had fallen silent. It seemed that they had decided to let the man marinate in his emotional misery for some time as punishment. For the next hour, these brutally sickening visions played in front of Parker's eyes non-stop. The man was forced to watch his family be murdered and violated thousands of times, over and over. Eventually, Parker became desensitized to the despicable violence, and began to no longer even recognize his family as he once did. For to watch someone be mutilated to such a ludicrous degree hundreds of times, inevitably changes the view of that person. The man desperately muttered to the voices, who had seemed to abandon him, leaving him with his worst nightmare. Parker pathetically whimpered his obedience. "I submit my soul to Amalgama." The voices remained silent, seemingly resolute to leave the man to suffer with his visions for eternity. Parker preached his submission over and over again, louder each and every time. "I submit my soul to Amalgama." Still no sign of the torturous voices, as Parker sobbed uncontrollably. Blood, screams, snapping bones, peeling skin, severed limbs, and so much more right in front of his eyes. His children being reduced to beaten slabs of meat that were once human beings. His wife being mangled into an unrecognizable form of violated flesh. Parker screamed with all of his might for the hysteria to end. "I submit my soul to Amalgama." And just like that, in an instant, the visions came to a sudden end. What remained was complete emptiness and silence. Then not 1,000 voices, but one singular dark cosmic voice spoke. "We shall see." Laying in his mother's arms, badly beaten and covered in his own blood, Kurt latched onto life within the rusty cell. Julie veiled the panic within, as her only child quivered in her grasp. She advertised a fearless and comforting expression, wishing not to cause her son any additional dread. She had already bandaged Kurt's wounds as best as possible with the limited resources. The mother gladly shredded her own small assortment of clothing to cover her son's ghastly wound. Kurt repeatedly slipped in and out of consciousness, as his body struggled against the massive blood loss it has sustained. Julie frantically whispered into her son's ear, in an attempt to keep him tethered to the waking world, and not allow him to delve deep into the eternal void. "It's okay, baby. Mama's here. Everything's going to be just fine." The strong woman struggled to hold back the tears, as her voice began to crack, revealing the tremendous terror she felt within. For the thought of losing her only child was a fate worse than death. She continued to lure her son back to life with her words. "Stay awake, honey. You gotta stay awake." Julie watched in agony as her son's eyes ascended, rolling upward, revealing the whites of his eyes. She repeatedly slapped Kurt's face in a sobering fashion, which briefly brought his eyes back to normal. Though his eyes could be seen, it was obvious by their glazed-over appearance that Kurt was far from conscious. A brief moment of glee filled Julie's heart as she saw even this slight improvement as a victory in this dire situation. "That's it, baby. Mama loves you so much." Then Julie's uplifted demeanor was swiftly brought down by the sound of callous laughter from across the cell. She raised her head, briefly panning from her wounded child, to seek out the source of this poor-timed giggling. The mother was not surprised to discover that the sounds emanated from the black lungs of Alan. The contemptible scoundrel stared at Julie, openly mocking her and the perilous position she found herself in. As her infuriated gaze met his, Alan dug his linguistic blade into her. "Oh, poor Julie, her baby boy's been scalped. He's gushing like a blown pipe. Well, that's what you filthy mutineers get. A slow and agonizing death." The detestable cockroach cackled as Julie's dismay, emulating the motion of crying with his greasy hands. The helpless mother could not fathom the toxicity of the man, as she had never experienced such egregious behavior. Julie had always attempted to see the light within all life, even those with the darkest of souls, though she could not see even a single ember of good in Alan. He truly was rotten to the core, a physical manifestation of malevolence in the flesh. Even more appalling was the man's hatred of his own kind. Somehow the man's mind had been cast astray, far from the shores of sanity and morality. It was truly frightening what forms human beings could take, once the virtuous support beams of society had been removed. Julie lashed her tongue back at the cold individual loathing from the other side of the prison cell. "It's your fault this happened, you heartless bastard. You sold me out just save your own skin." Alan showed no sign of remorse, nor any emotion on his face at all. He simply gestured his middle finger in Julie's direction, before delivering another verbal onslaught. "Oh, did I hurt your feelings, honey? You and your kind have got what's coming to ya." Julie had never been one to indulge in such nasty and immature behavior, but she felt a burning desire to inflict a sufficient amount of emotional pain on Alan, as he did onto her. "I could hate you, Alan, but instead I pity you. Such a sad sack of shit you are, no wonder nobody's ever loved you. People turned you away, 'cause they could see what a rotten soul you are. So instead of trying to connect with people in this hellhole, you lick the boot heel of these savages. It shows just how spineless you really are." With Julie's cutthroat rebuttal, Alan's heinous laughter ceased. Immediately, the man's demeanor shifted to one of rage. His eyes grew in intensity, speaking of insanity and anger as the nearly popped from his cranium. His lips began to tremble, as his skin began to turn red. Julie could see the change in demeanor, and decided to double down on the offended miscreant. "What's the matter, Alan? Did I strike a nerve? Did I cut too close to home for you? Don't be mad at me, pal. I didn't make you so pathetic, I just held up the mirror for ya." Julie smirked at the agitated man, feeling good that she had delivered a blow of equal despair. However, it did not appear that Alan would simply take this slight, as he triumphantly jumped up to his feet. With balled fists, the enraged wretch screamed, "Take that back, you bitch!" Alan hollered with such passion and fury, that spit spewed from his lips as he spoke. Julie stared at the red trembling man before her, and looked upon him with disgust. She simply refused to show fear or bend the knee to such a detestable excuse for a human being. She remained silent, but mirrored the same middle-fingered gesture that Alan had performed earlier. As the sight of Julie's gesture, the ill-tempered man stormed towards her with a malicious look in his bloodshot eyes. Julie was instantly filled with fear, as she held her fully grown son in her lap. With Kurt's entire body weight, his mother was incapable of quickly moving. As Alan quickly approached with his fists tightly clenched, Julie pondered if the detestable soul would stoop so low as her to strike her. Alan answered her question as he arched his foot upward, coiled back, then sprung it forward towards Julie's head. Being essentially stuck in place, the mother had no chance of avoiding the violent action. Instead, she could merely flinch, turn her face away from the approaching limb, and quickly raise her hand to her defense. A fraction of a second was all that stood between the moment that Julie's hand had completely shielded her face, and Alan's soaring foot. Then the psychotic man's shoe collided with Julie's hand, which then crashed backward into her cheekbone. The disgusting act held such force, that Julie's body was instantly sent downward, where it crashed onto the hard surface of the cell's cold floor. Julie was astonished that Alan had actually struck her. She knew that the man was of little morality, and was a downright scoundrel, though she had never thought that he possessed such violent tendencies. Before she could even react to being struck, she looked up to see the cretin now crouching down over her. With his fist clenched, Alan extended his other hand out towards Julie, and snatched hold of her shirt. Showing no concern for her well-being, Alan then yanked the woman upward towards him. Julie looked the man in the eyes, and was stunned by the coldness and lack of humanity within them. The man lacked any decency or concern for others, and had within the characteristics and temperament of the scariest of combinations. With Julie's shirt within his grasp, Alan gawked at her with a look of pure wickedness upon his face. Julie waited to see which direction this abusive predicament would go in. The trapped mother would not have to wait long to find out, as the violent Dagonate flung his tightly wound fist straight into her vulnerable face. As the bulging bones of Alan's knuckles violently crashed into her nose and mouth, Julie released an awful grunting noise. This gasp was created by the ludicrous force behind the sickening act. The power of the punch snapped Julie's head back in a disturbing display. Though due to Alan's tight grip upon her shirt, Julie's head stopped at a certain point, and whipped back towards him. Alan became giddy at the sight of fresh blood pouring from Julie's wounded nose. A sadistic smile crawled across the psychotic man's mug. This was contrasted by Julie's expression of terrified shock. The look of fear only added to the fire within Alan, as he fed off of the control. The man had always found power over others, especially those weaker than himself, to be incredibly arousing. The twisted deviant had always targeted women in particular, being the easiest targets for his deranged authoritarian fetish. Having felt that intoxicating rush deep within himself, Alan became fixated on how good it felt, and desired another potent dose. He then delivered another disturbing blow to Julie's already damaged face. The helpless woman uttered a similar groan, though this one wielded a tone of fear. A sound that insinuated the terror that Julie felt in this moment. After her cranium flung backwards once again with ridiculous speed, Julie frantically raised her hands in a pleading gesture. Alan had already cocked his arm back for a third ugly display of assault, but found Julie's hands to be an effect deterrent. "Put your fucking hands down, bitch." Alan aggressively slapped at Julie's hands with a passing blow, removing her defense with ease. The mother began to beg with the man, despite holding the utmost revulsion for the cretin. "Alan, please stop. I'm sorry." Though her attempt at peace was immediately denied, as the man throttled a third jab into the flesh and bone of Julie's head. This strike rendered the woman incapable of speech, having stunned her. Then, having this woman completely defenseless and at his mercy, Alan did not choose remorse, but instead continued down the path of inhumane brutality. One after the next, the monstrous villain delivered blow after blow to the impotent mother, until she was reduced to dead weight at the edge of his fingers. Then he released his grip around her shirt, and watched Julie's body carelessly plummet backwards. Now as he gazed upon her severely beaten body, Alan's arousal had reached its apex. He reached down and grabbed hold of Kurt's unconscious body, and furiously dragged the man off of his mother's legs. He then kicked Julie's legs apart, leaving her lower extremities wide open. The repulsive pig observed his victim and salivated at the sight of her agony and vulnerability. His foul tongue moistened his cracked and bleeding lips, and his fingers found themselves at the button of his torn pants. Down on the cold floor, Julie struggled to see through her badly swollen eyes. Though she managed to make out the sight of Alan undoing his trousers, lowering the zipper with haste. Incapable of speaking, Julie instead struggled to raise her hand up in a desperate plea for mercy. Though the monster before her had never been a creature of compassion nor pity, unless it was for himself. He kicked at her hand, crushing her fingers with the thunderous force behind his soaring foot. Then Alan crouched down onto his knees, positioning himself in between Julie's legs. The badly beaten woman could see the dark place this situation was heading towards, and felt that she did not contain enough energy to save herself. Instead, Julie decided to avert her gaze from the evil before her, and allowed her head to sway away, and looked to her left. If the unspeakable act was about to take place, Julie would rather disassociate from it, saving her from having to view Alan's sickening satisfaction. Though as her vision drifted to her right, Julie's eyes focused on her self-made shiv that she had constructed months ago. The sharp shard of glass wrapped in cloth laid a few mere feet from her head. The light from outside of the cell glistened off of the serrated fraction of glass. Julie felt an immediate rush of adrenaline, seeing the opportunity of this moment. She realized that she had possibly a few seconds to act, before her window would close, and she would be powerless to Alan's will. The badly beaten mother made a final attempt at liberating herself, and lunged her left hand out towards the alluring shiv beside her. Julie's hand managed to grasp the blade before Alan could react. Then, with all of the remaining energy in her body, Julie flung the glass shard directly at the sadist above her. As the blade came flying towards him, Alan instinctively reached his hand towards it. In doing so, he managed to deflect the shiv from colliding with his throat, which would have severed his jugular. Instead, the handmade weapon found itself slicing into the flesh of Alan's palm. Though the cut caused the man immense discomfort, it was not the killing blow that Julie had aimed for. In fact, Alan did not even shy away from the approaching instrument, but instead grasped his hand around it, further lacerating his palm. However, in doing so, he gained control over the shiv. Then a struggle broke out between the victim and the assailant over control of the weapon. Though she fought valiantly, Julie was defeated in the ordeal, losing her grip on the shiv. Now, with the blade firmly in his control, Alan tossed it over his shoulder with force. The sound of it scraping across the prison cell's floor could be heard. Disarmed, Julie had exhausted herself, and her slim opening at liberation had closed. Alan pinned the woman down with one arm, while his other began to fondle with her garments. The woman continued to struggle, but had burned through all of her energy, making her an ideal target for the sadist. As she felt his fingers creep ever closer to her most vulnerable parts, Julie screamed out for any sort of intervention. Though her only hope, Kurt, laid motionless on the floor, unaware of the horrid injustice that was being subjected upon his own mother. The evil soul reveled in the control he wielded. "Go ahead and struggle, it just makes me want it more." Alan's wicked words whispered into Julie's ear, as the fiend began to nuzzle at her neck. His fingers had begun to tear at her pants, tugging him downward. The monster's intentions were clear, and all but certain, to the absolute horror of Julie. The panicked mother gasped for air, as her attacker's grip perpetually tightened around her throat. Soon her limbs began to go limp, and her vision blurred. Julie had fought her heart out, but she could not resist the persuasive force that suffocation weighs on the body. In her sheer terror, Julie wondered if Alan would simply indulge in his heinous fantasy, or if he would in fact end her life. The amount of frustration within the woman could not be understated, as the thought of her life ending at the hands of such a revolting excuse for a human filled her with contempt and bitterness. Though the vast array of emotions that she experienced began to fade, as too did her grip on the waking world. Black began to ooze in, starting at the peripheral of her vision. Then it swiftly invaded the center of her sight, until it eventually conquered it in its entirety. Not knowing what awaited her and knowing that her own destiny had been stolen from her, Julie finally released herself from the torment of the situation. She disconnected herself, removing the tethers that bound her to the body that she had called home. In this acceptance, the woman found an odd sensation of peace. What will be, shall be. Then in an instant, Alan's aggressive molesting of Julie's body came to a sudden halt. The vice grip his hand possessed over the mother's throat very quickly loosened, allowing for the sweetest of air to enter her lungs. As she gasped for air, the puzzled woman opened her eyes. Hovering above her was the malevolent deviant Alan, though his evil eyes had grown distant. His bottom jaw hung low, and drool began to dribble down his shirt. Then a sound of choking emanated from the evil creature's gullet, which rang like music to Julie's ears. The mystery of Alan's odd behavior was answered, as Julie's gaze drifted to the left. Plunged deep into the flesh of Alan's neck was the shiv that Julie had made herself. Though its previously clear surface was now completely encased in blood that endlessly flowed over it from the open wound upon the beast's jugular. Wrapped around the cloth-covered handle of the shiv was a hand. Julie's eyes drifted further to the left, then upward. The wielder of the shiv that had pierced the sadist's throat was none other than Marissa. The previously catatonic woman had seemingly snapped out of her paralyzed state to assist Julie in her time of need. The thankful woman looked into Marissa's eyes, which had seemed to retrieve some of their former life and beauty. Where they were once dead and motionless, they now showed animation and energy. Color had returned the previously dulled and dead pupils. The awakened woman's gaze locked with Julie's, with a fierce look of unity shared between them. Julie took a moment to soak in the glorious look upon the pathetic man's face as he slowly died. She smirked at him, as a way to demonstrate her endurance and determination to live. His attempt to violate her and rob the mother of her innocence had been thwarted, in a satisfying demonstration of justice in this often cold and disinterested universe. Julie cast her sight away from Alan, as she nodded her head to Marissa. With her approval, Marissa ripped the shiv out from Alan's throat with the utmost pride and conviction. Accompanying the departing blade was an endless wave of blood that showered the entire prison cell. After what felt like an eternity of this, the blood flow finally concluded, and the once vile cretin now fell dead upon the floor. Julie quickly climbed to her feet and without a word, wrapped herself around Marissa. Remaining silent, Marissa did the same, holding Julie close to her. The two women rejoiced in each other's company, feeling a rare sense of safety in this god-awful place. As Julie sobbed, suffering from the torturous ordeal she had just endured, Marissa softly caressed her. Surrounded by the wolves of hell, the two held one another, in a cocoon, shielding them from the fire and evil of their surroundings. Marissa held her friend close, remembering the fond times they had shared. She whispered in Julie's ear, trying to console the mother. "Never again. We are going to get out of here." The sea of severed souls. Early morning had graced the catacombs, as the men and women had begun to rise from their slumber. Though rest was not a luxury that Benjamin had the fortune of enjoying. The troubled soul battled with his guilt throughout the night, never able to silence his self-critical thoughts. The only solace the restless man could find was in the view of beautiful wife, asleep in his arms. Though he doubted a very many things about himself in these times, Benjamin knew wholeheartedly that all that he did for her. For them. Soon the time came for the fatigued soldier to rise to the day's challenge, and once again depart from the quiet and peaceful life he had fought so hard to build. As he removed himself from the bed, Benjamin's movement woke Amber. The mother to be embraced the morning with a satisfying stretch. As her limbs expanded and her body contorted, Benjamin marveled at her angelic form. She truly was the most stunning specimen that the man had ever laid his eyes upon, with a mesmerizing intellect as well. Her hazel eyes were ignited by the reflecting flame of a nearby candle, as she smiled and greeted her husband. Though the two smiled at one another, both knew that they would soon have to part ways once again. Amber loathed the thought of Benjamin venturing out into the hostile world of Hysteria, but knew better than to try to discourage the man. He was quite simply stubborn, but in a way that Amber found undeniably charming. His unwavering commitment and determination was her favorite qualities of Benjamin. Instead, she simply savored every moment the two could share, knowing that it was ever fleeting. As a new challenge would inevitably present itself, and Benjamin would undoubtedly rise to the occasion. Amber gestured for her husband to sit beside her, by patting the bed. As he happily obliged, Benjamin wrapped his arm around his wife, and gently caressed her arm with the tips of his fingers. The two's lips felt like magnets, incapable of resisting each other's pull. As the familiar kiss finished, Amber rested her head upon Benjamin's shoulder, with a familiar look of concern on her face. Her husband had seen this expression numerous times, and never looked forward to its return, knowing its insinuation. Benjamin could feel Amber's reservations and trepidation about his forthcoming quest. He sought out befitting words to quash her worry. "I have to fix this, Amber. Matthew has found himself in his condition, due to my neglectful leadership. I failed to protect him, and I will not be able to rest easy until I make it right." Expecting resistance from Amber, Benjamin was surprised by his wife's response. "I know you do, Ben, and although I fear the worst, I also wish for you to have peace of mind. You are the love of my life, and I would never want you to struggle with such inner strife. Just always remember who is waiting for you to return. I cannot do this without you, Ben, and I want our child to know their father." Benjamin had never experienced such an immense fondness for another in this life, and cherished the opportunity to create a family with such a wondrous specimen. His soul was beholden to her and his unborn child. Though he yearned to make right what was not, Benjamin also carried his obligation to his family with the heaviest of hearts. If there came a time where he would have to choose between repairing his transgressions and returning home alive, Benjamin knew the choice he would make. The loving husband and devout soldier planted a kiss upon the crown of Amber's head. He then lowered his head and whispered a personal message to his wife, the words of which made her smile from ear to ear. Then Benjamin fought the urge to stay, and unraveled himself from the warm embrace of his wife. As he collected his things, Amber spoke with a request from her husband. "Ben, if it is at all possible, perhaps you could learn of an update on Kurt's well-being. Christina cried all throughout the night. I could hear her from across the hall." Benjamin did not wish to promise that which he could not keep with the utmost certainty. The thought of further disappointing those closest to him was unbearable, and simply not an option for the man. Benjamin instead took his wife's hands into his own, and planted a kiss atop them both. "I am certain that Isaac is hot on the trail as we speak. For all we know, he may have already located Kurt, or even liberated him from his captors. The two of them could be on the trail back to the catacombs this instant." Amber understood her husband's insistence on not tethering himself to an expectation of positive news regarding Kurt. He simply refused to fail those he held dear any longer. She accepted his response, and as always, appreciated Benjamin's honesty. She nodded her head and looked into her husband's eyes for as long as it was permitted. "You are the love of my life, Ben. Hold that in your heart always." Benjamin felt that all too satisfying warmth within his chest. "And you are the greatest gift that had ever been bestowed upon this sad sap, Amber. I cherish you more than you will ever know." The two halves became whole a final time, before the troubled warrior departed to meet with his compatriots. With the unconscious Matthew in his grasp, Benjamin laid him within the comforting binds of the sled. As he eventually reached the entrance to the catacombs, Benjamin was met by Ezra, who had seemingly been waiting. There was yet any sign of Carl, leaving the two men alone in silence. Benjamin observed as Ezra carefully inspected his blade. It had to have been well over a decade since he had wielded the blade, and yet it maintained a youthful and flawless appearance. Its hilt shined a royal gold, accentuated by red jewels sparsely placed about. Though he had never told Ezra, Benjamin recalled moments where he had witnessed the man's fluency with the blade from his younger years. It was Ezra's impeccable form that spawned the first inkling of interest in sword-wielding in a young Benjamin's mind. He had long yearned for an opportunity to cross blades with Ezra, and see how he matched up to the seasoned soldier. Though being capable of fighting beside the man would be equally as fulfilling. Noticing Benjamin's attentive glance at a distance, Ezra broke the silence. "Long ago, I swore that I would never draw blood again. Unless it was motivated by a worthy enough cause. Perhaps I may be confronted by a moment that will require I make the choice. For how does one truly measure what is important enough to warrant violence? Is it worth rendering one devoid of their tomorrow, to secure your own?" Benjamin listened keenly to his teacher's words, being open to their interpretation. Ezra continued on. We are never promised tomorrow, so who are we ensure that our so-called enemies shall never see it? Though we view ourselves as morally virtuous, so too do our foes. They were born into their roles, no different than we were, being spoon-fed our beliefs by our elders. Never given an unbiased and unhampered opportunity to decide our own beliefs and morals. We did not carve our path, for it had already been carved for us. We simply walk in their shadows, fighting their battle in their absence, never once stopping to ask ourselves if we even believe in any of it. Benjamin felt disheartened by Ezra's morose view of the dynamics at play in Hysteria. The young man had long known that the world was much less black and white, and more grey. However, Benjamin staunchly believed that he and his people were on the right side. For they had never unjustly treated the horde herders, but instead simply requested a quiet and peaceful existence. As far as he knew, the humans had never wronged the savages of the swamps. Benjamin voiced this idea to the noticeably conflicted man standing beside him. Ezra, who is hunting whom? Are we actively seeking the genocide of the horde herders? No, we only desire our own salvation. I understand your hesitation to kill, but if one seeks my destruction, they have forfeited their right to life. A funny little smirk appeared on Ezra's face, as if a humorous memory had appeared in his mind. As he sheathed his bedazzled blade, Ezra turned his head to Benjamin. So matter of fact, truly the mind of a general. The young and determined thoughts that lead to victory. Though with age, compassion inevitably finds its ways through the cracks, Benjamin. Someday you and I will discuss the checkered past between our people and their people. Believe me, we were not always the victims, and we spilled our fair share of innocent blood. As Benjamin began to analyze the weight of Ezra's words, the booming voice of Carl entered the room. The large Irishman appeared, covered in his armor and fully packed for the journey. Are we ready, lads? The day shall not wait for us. Both Ezra and Benjamin nodded in agreement, though they shared the notion that their conversation was sure to be revisited. With the confirmation, the three set off up the winding tunnel towards the surface of the meadow, with Matthew in tow behind. As the travelers reached the surface, they were greeted by a fervent sun, which saturated all in sight. Ezra gazed off into the vast distance, to the blurry vision of Light's End. He inhaled slow, observing the air as it entered his lungs. It had been many years since the aged leader had ventured outside of the catacombs' safe dwellings. This caused all aspects of the outside world to appear quite appealing to Ezra, similar to a face that one had not seen for a prolonged period. In the median between the vastly abroad site of Light's End and the meadows in which he stood, Ezra could see the Great Divide. A massive split in the land, that ran for miles, with a depth of an unknown amount. The further your eyes scanned the space between the two divorced sides of the flat lands, the deeper it seemed to delve downward into the center of the planet's core. Furthermore, less and less vegetation and color could be seen the closer it was located in relation to Light's End. The land itself grew darker and lost color, due in part to the increasingly black skies above, which cascaded its dark influence upon the land below. Carl joined Ezra, shoulder to shoulder, in observing the endless lands before them, made visible because of their elevated position. How long do ye reckon it'll take for us to reach the divide, Ezra? Carl's question had to be patient, as Ezra took time in considering his response. Though I have yet to travel to the Great Divide, I'd imagine we shall reach it before nightfall. In fact, it is imperative that we do just that, since time is not a privilege we have. Without a word, Benjamin brushed past the two, and began down the ever-lowering trail through the blue meadows. The man's pace and posture insinuated an intense focus and drive to fulfill his goal. Both and Ezra followed in suit, attempting to match Benjamin's speed. Throughout the morning hours, the voyagers cascaded down the highly elevated grasslands, towards the bottom of the massive hill. Though the horde had recently been known to populate the meadows, the men had yet to encounter any hostile attackers and traveled in relative peace. Silent and vigilant, they maintained an impressive pace as the sun slowly rose above them. After around 4 hours of trek, the elder Ezra and heavy-set Carl had begun to feel winded. Though the men were no slouchers, such a long hike, downhill no less, had taken its toll on their bodies. Perhaps we ought take a wee break, just to catch our breath. Aye, Benji. Carl's request seemed to fall upon deaf ears, as Benjamin continued onward, seemingly ignoring his friend's words. Ezra saw this behavior and immediately commented on it. Benjamin, 5 minutes of refuge will not make a difference on the outcome of our efforts. Come, sit for just a moment. Ezra's attempt at influencing Benjamin seemed to initially work, as the busy body stopped and turned back towards his comrades. He approached the two, who were not seated upon a large downed log. With his hands placed on his hips, the heavy-chested Benjamin looked unimpressed with them. Perhaps you do not understand the weight of what is occurring. Mary said it herself. Matthew is just as crucial to the survival of Hysteria as his daughter. We must save his soul from the darkness. I urge you to fight through your body's shortcomings, and remind yourself of that which is greater than yourself. Ezra did not entertain Benjamin's rambling, and simply patted the open part of the log beside him. And I urge you to rest, but for a moment. Of the utmost importance or not, our bodies need rest. If we push ourselves too far and fast, we will be worst equipped to combat any miscreants that we may encounter. And if we perish, then all hope is lost. So again, I ask of you to rest. Ezra's insistence seemed to have prevailed, as Benjamin begrudgingly joined his allies in sitting upon the log. Carl looked down at Matthew's sleeping body. The man's worsening condition was plain to see under the direct sunlight. His pale skin was now accompanied by bulging black veins that pushed up from under it. The texture of Matthew's skin had begun to take on a shiny and somewhat moist appearance, as if it had been covered in oil. Carl reached his hand out, and rested it upon Matthew's head. The Irishman was caught off guard by the texture of his new friend's hair, which had become quite brittle to the touch. You're gonna be just fine, Matty, we've got ya. I won't let ya turn into one of those damned beasts. Carl's comforting words were ambushed by a growing weariness and doubt within his chest. He worried deeply for Matthew, and could not ignore just how rapidly his body was mutating. Despite his cheery outer demeanor, Carl feared that which he could not control. His brute power alone could not cleanse Matthew of the disease which ran rampant through his body. With every second that passed, its virulent nature caused Matthew's spirit to wither. After a brief rest, the three awake men returned to their feet and continued onward, towards the edge of the meadows. Soon the mighty sun which once stood proud high above, now began to slouch. With this, the temperature started a subtle decline, accompanied by the whispering winds that passed through the sap traveler's hair. Their feet ached, yet onward they pushed, until they had finally arrived at the edge of the blue-grassed meadows. Carl was relieved to reach a flat plain, as the constant downward trek had caused him to become quite jaded and wearied. The large man smiled as he threw his hands up with glee and ardor. Ezra shared Carl's ebullience, with the sight of the open plains acting as a much-needed dose of positivity. At last, we have finally reached the end of these endless woods. Now it is only a few more hours to the divide. I suggest we set up camp here, and finish our journey tomorrow with a proper night of rest to fuel us. Carl's nodding and upbeat demeanor suggested that he supported Ezra's plan. However, Benjamin did not share this opinion. No, Ezra, we will keep going, and we shall finish this tonight. Ezra was shocked by Benjamin's demanding tone. He looked at the man, who stood tall and unwavering, holding his gaze firm. Ezra did not appreciate Benjamin's commanding demeanor, and took the conduct as a direct act of insubordination. Benjamin, I understand that you desperately wish to help Matthew. We all do, It is why we are out here in the hostile lands of Hysteria, easily outnumbered by creatures that wish for our demise. But your determination is blinding you. We need rest. Even you, mighty Benjamin, require some respite. We know not what malefic forces we may encounter deep down in the divide. It is uncharted territory for our people. Not even Mary knows what could lurk within those shadowy depths. I ask of you, not as your leader, but as a friend, please come set up camp with us. Rest not only your tired bones, but your troubled mind as well. Benjamin fought the temptation to continue on solo into the night. It seemed that Ezra's words had managed to work some sense into the man's cluttered mind, and passed through the cloudiness to reach his sense of reason. The three men set up a modest camp, which comprised of a small fireplace accompanied by their individual cots. Carl removed several previously prepared meals for them, to keep their bodies fueled during the grueling trek. A familiar dish of rabbit stew was passed around the fire, which acted as a warming comfort and reminder of their home. Not a word was uttered between the three. They instead simply devoured their dinner in silence, feeling the waning effect of the day's travel. Once they had completed their dishes, Carl having seconds, the men all retired to their cots for a much-needed night of sleep. Benjamin's eyes watched the flames of the fire dance before him, and wondered if they were hotter than the inferno within his restless chest. Eventually, the man's eyes closed. Then, after an unknown duration of rest, Benjamin was awakened by the sound scurrying nearby. Though as he jerked up to confront the potentially hazardous commotion, he was surprised to find a hand sealed over his mouth, and an arm holding him still with a firm grip. Benjamin looked up, and discovered that it was Ezra's hand. Benjamin could hardly make out Ezra's face in the dark, as the fire had long since perished. However, he could see Ezra gesturing him to stay quiet, with his index finger held to his lips and a stern expression on his face. Then, with the very same finger, Ezra rotated it clockwise, forming a complete circle. Benjamin felt a grand sense of dread, knowing full well what the gesture meant. When he was much younger, Ezra had taught Benjamin many different signs which signified various situations. The gesture that Ezra had just acted meant that their party was surrounded on all sides by hostiles. Benjamin took in the seriousness of their situation, and could see genuine fear in Ezra's eyes. The elder slowly removed his hand from Benjamin's mouth, and rotated himself towards the south. This caused Benjamin to be able to see Carl, who stood still facing the north, axe in hand. Benjamin heard a clicking noise, and immediately shifted his attention back to Ezra, who was pointed to the east. Benjamin understood the assignment, and swiftly climbed to his feet. He then unsheathed his blade, and stared out into the black abyss before him. Sounds of scurrying feet and inhuman cackles played in haunting fashion from all directions. Benjamin could not help but be reminded of his similar predicament the previous day in the meadows, where he and his allies were seemingly surrounded on all sides. However, Benjamin felt far less confident in his current situation due to two key factors. 1. He and his comrades had virtually zero visibility, with no sources of light to be found, except for the stars above them. And 2. Unlike the meadows, which were populated by thousands of trees, the flatlands where they stood were completely devoid of any sort of cover. With these two crucial characteristics at play, the three men had no choice but to stand blind, awaiting for a cloak to strike. The men would have to rely solely on their sense of hearing to guide them, as their sight would be of little to no use. Though it was an inopportune time for this type of thought, Benjamin could not help but be bothered that Ezra had become aware of and acted on the approaching threat before him. Meanwhile, Carl remained stoic with a firm grip around his axe handle. The large soldier breathed heavy, feeling the adrenaline flow through his veins. The call of impending bloodshed excited the Irishman a great deal. His eyes shifted from left to right, craving for an altercation to ensue. He fought the urge to scream out and invite the lurking threat, as it was not only his life at risk. Though he heavily desired a violent squabble, Carl would always put the safety of his friends first. Across from stood Ezra, whose eyes were sealed closed. Unlike the other two, whose wielded weapons were held high and at the ready, Ezra's blade rested by his side. He loosely gripped the handle, mirroring the relaxed state of his body. Ezra's muscles were not tense, but calm, as was his breathing. The elder focused in on the clutter of sounds all around him, and quickly organized them. Though his fellow survivors were unaware of this, Ezra did not simply spend his time of exile grieving the loss of his loved ones. He found peace through meditation, along with many other abilities. Through deep channeling of his mental state for years, Ezra had become very in tune with his senses. With devout discipline and training, he had mastered a calm control over himself. Through peace, Ezra was now capable of so much more than he had previously ever imagined. Before, he was simply a hardened warrior who swung first and thought second. Now, through a much higher level of enlightenment, Ezra had discovered a superior way to approach any conflict, gifting him an elite upper hand. With ease, Ezra could differentiate each sound, and quickly discovered that there were 6 different assailants in the vicinity. Simultaneously, he could track each one of their movements individually, the sounds that they made. To near certainty, he could pinpoint every single one of their exact location. With this knowledgeable skill at his whim, Ezra now simply waited for one of their adversaries to make the first move. As the disheartening sounds grew closer, Ezra would not have to wait long for the aforementioned moment to arrive. The acute sound caused by the slightest change in direction by one of the cloaked beasts tipped off Ezra's tuned-in ears. The beast was likely approaching Benjamin, and Ezra acted to save his friend. While standing strong, internally Benjamin felt an unfamiliar sensation that had very recently cursed his days. The loss of control, and feeling vulnerable, cast into a hostile sea of darkness. His hand trembled, and the weight of self-doubt crushed his spirit. His emotions overwhelmed Benjamin in the tense moment. Out of the black that surrounded him, Benjamin heard Ezra's voice. "Benjamin, on your left. Coming fast." He shouted the crucial information to Benjamin, who followed the command. He rapidly turned to his left, while simultaneously arching back his sword. Sure enough, just as Ezra said, Benjamin heard the alarming sound of galloping weight approaching him with terrifying velocity. Then, as he stepped forward, Benjamin swung his blade with immense, but also precise force. His thrust extended out into the darkness, and managed to connect with something. Benjamin felt his blade slice deep into the flesh of a mysterious creature, which was followed by a whimper. Benjamin sensed that the blow failed to fatal, however, as he could hear the beast limp away from his location. Benjamin's hands began to quiver, as he felt completely out of his element, and resented the idea of having to depend solely on Ezra's input to guide him. The conflicted and prideful soldier was thankful that the darkness hid his shaking fingers from his allies. Then, just as the first beast to attack retreated, Ezra heard another alarming chain of sounds in the black void. This time, it appeared that one of the hidden cretins was closing in on Carl's position to the north. "Carl, straight ahead, swing low." The bloodthirsty warrior could not be happier to hear the command. With a bellow from his chest, Carl arched back his hefty axe. With 2 blind steps forward, he swung his massive weapon of destruction. Carl was astounded when his razor-sharp axe blade sliced straight through what assumed to be the legs of a beast. The sound of sliced flesh and crushed bones rang out, as Carl laughed in sheer delight. Then the Irishman felt the recently amputated creature brush up against his legs, before slamming onto the ground beside him. Carl had yet been satiated, and turned towards the likely helpless beast. He could feel its dying body with his feet, and heard its weak yelping. "Don't ya worry, hell spawn, the sweet gift of death is coming." Then the excited warrior flung his heavy axe to the right, then up and over his head. Then, as if he was splitting wood, Carl brought the sharp blade straight down with thunderous power. His blade found itself deeply entrenched into the monster's flesh. Within moments, its disturbing moans fell silent. Carl could feel the creature's blood splash onto his face, which caused the brute to laugh. He screamed out into the night, "I'm right here, come on ye rodents." Carl's insatiable thirst for blood may never be quenched, as he seemed to enjoy it more every single time. As he continued to hone in on his superb surrounding awareness, Ezra realized that it was soon his time to strike. The sound approaching steps in his direction alerted that intensely focused warrior, whose grip upon his glorious blade tightened ever so slightly. With his eyes still firmly closed, Ezra maintained an impressive level of calm, despite having a creature of pure hate and aggression sprinting towards him. With every gallop, the hidden abomination grew closer, as Ezra remained perfectly still. Then the sound of a lunging predator from behind chimed in Ezra's gifted ears, and the elder sprung into action. In lightning-fast motion, Ezra's magnificent blade found itself grasped by both of his hands in an upward and ready position. As Ezra then began to bend his left knee and simultaneously rotated backwards, he could feel the beast's breath upon the nape of his vulnerable neck. The sound of its powerful jaws unhinging and its razor-sharp jagged teeth closing in on Ezra did not deter the masterful duelist. His impeccable flow proceeded, as Ezra had now fully contorted his body towards the looming threat. Finally, Ezra had completed his swift and flawlessly timed maneuver by dropping down onto his left knee. Finishing off his defensive strike was Ezra's blade, which swung over his head into the black night. As his unblemished sword soared through the air, it sliced through not only the night, but the stomach of Ezra's attacker as well. By lowering himself with lightning speed, Ezra had managed to avoid the beast's mangled fangs by mere inches, and position his blade perfectly to slash an impressively long cut down the entirety of the creature's torso. Before the puss-ridden abomination could even connect with the ground, its entrails had already dropped out of its stomach. A flood of its blood spewed out into the cold night, as the repulsive creature, in a futile attempt, clung onto its life. By merely sound, Ezra had ridden the world of hysteria of this beast with but one strike of his blade. Though the tuned-in warrior had not a moment to celebrate, as his keen senses alluded to yet another approaching attack. In the ruckus of dealing with his first aggressor, it seemed that another had managed to close the distance on Ezra seemingly unnoticed. This stealthy beast had grown so near that Ezra could hear the beat of its massive heart. The sound of a hulking limb cut through the air, and Ezra leaped in the opposing direction. His swift movement spared Ezra of a horrid slash across his abdomen. As soon as he returned to his feet, Ezra had preemptively cocked back his hand, with the man's majestic blade in hand. Through the thunderous approach, Ezra could sense that the beast had immediately closed the newly created distance. After but a fraction of a second to locate the creature through sound, Ezra delivered a powerful and concise upward slash of his blade. His elevating razor-sharp sword met a downward striking paw, instantly severing it from the rest of the creature's body. As he completed his upward strike, Ezra released his grip on the blade of his handle for but a moment. In doing so, Ezra could then rotate his hand so that his pinky finger rested firmly against the guard. With this new grip, Ezra could now deal a devastating and absolute descending blow. With ludicrous speed, Ezra's dagger soared down into the skull of the elusive creature. Its mean snarl was quickly replaced with a brief but loud yelp. Wasting no time whatsoever, Ezra quickly retracted his sword from deep within the now fatally wounded monster. Then the elder was overcome with dread, as the sound of an injured Benjamin grunting visited his ears. The yelping noise was accompanied by a snarling growl and scuffling feet. Without hesitation, Ezra swiftly headed towards Benjamin. Ezra moved with the utmost intensity, fearing worst, as it would take but one bite for Benjamin to reach the same fate as Matthew. To be reduced to nothing more than a prisoner within your own body helplessly watching as it slowly rotted and was consumed by pure malevolence. As he neared Benjamin, a scuffle could be heard on the ground. A roaring beast, and a terrified man, desperately fighting back his attacker. Ezra could see but shadows dancing before his eyes in the late hours of the night, with the morning sun still delayed for some time. Though he could easily identify the tone of terror in Benjamin's voice, as he struggled, helpless to ward off the beast on his own. Ezra had already unsheathed his blade upon his swift skip across the flat lands, with it firmly within his grasp, and ready to strike. Being careful not to potentially injure his friend, Ezra aimed the fling of his sword high, to mitigate the chances of contacting Benjamin's flesh. With his tried and true plunge of the blade, the horrifying monster's snarl quickly fell silent. After a brief high-pitched yelp, the animal collapsed onto its side, freeing Benjamin from its murderous grasp. Sounds of the beast's plummeting corpse crashing onto the flat lands rang out for all to hear. It seemed that the creature's dying moans had motivated its fellow deviants to abandon their bloodlust, as the sound of their scurrying feet appeared to flee from the men. With this information, Ezra found it suitable to lower his guard and sheath his blade. He called out to his compatriots, "Benjamin, are you okay?" Ezra's question was not answered, as no words were spoken. Instead, only the sound of a whimpering man could be heard. After a moment of puzzled bewilderment, Ezra realized that the sobbing was coming from Benjamin, who sat on the cold, dead ground. Ezra knelt beside his friend, and felt through the dark for Benjamin's shoulder. It became apparent to Ezra that his wallowing was not due to a physical injury, but an emotional one. He spoke to his friend, who continued to cry out, "Benjamin, what is it that troubles you, my friend?" Ezra patiently waited for his friend to open up, though it would be the first time. Finally, after a long pause, Benjamin responded. Through his tears and sniffling, he spoke. "I don't have what it takes to fill your shoes, Ezra, and I don't have what it takes to lead our people. For God's sake, I couldn't even rescue myself. You needed to save my skin, once again. I am no more suitable to lead than a child. I am no leader, but a failure." Ezra could not help but laugh at the naivety of his young colleague. He gently patted Benjamin on the back, before responding to the young man's foolish words. "Benjamin, those who have never failed, do not exist. Failure is what makes us human, and it is how we grow as people. You, as well as our entire flock, know of my numerous failures throughout the years. And yet, you seem to view me as an adequate leader. You see, Benjamin, even the best of fall down sometimes. Do not be so hard on yourself, son. You must see the forest for the trees. You are a tremendous young man, and someday you will make for a grand and deserving leader to our people. Now rise up, on your feet." As Ezra stood, he extended his hand out to Benjamin. The upset man accepted the assistance, and grabbed hold of Ezra's hand. As the two returned to their feet, Carl approached, bloody axe in hand. He laughed and gestured towards his massive weapon of war. "What a great way to start the day, lads. Ol' Aggie here has been craving some more horde blood since the hunt." Ezra simply smiled at Carl before addressing both he and Benjamin. "They have fled, but they shall return. We were fortunate, as that was a small pack. However, we may not be so lucky next time. It's in our best interest to pack up and move along." Both Carl and Benjamin complied, and attended to their supplies. As he did so, Carl could not resist the urge to question Ezra on his more than formidable talents. "Ezra, that was mighty impressive. How did ye know where those damn creatures were in the dark?" Ezra continued to swiftly pack up his personal items, and responded to Carl's question while doing so. "Your ears will tell you many things, my friend, but you must listen." Carl stared blankly for a moment, before speaking again. My ears have long needed a cleaning." It seemed that the greater message may have been lost on Carl. Soon the three men found themselves traveling once more, with Matthew in tow, and a blossoming sun at their backs to light the way. As the hours passed, the massive divide in the land soon came into sight for the three men. Seeing the colossal crack in the planet's core so near was truly awe-inspiring, and seeing it from afar in the safety of the meadows paled in comparison. By now the sun had climbed to its peak, revealing all details for the men to see. The lush vegetation found in the meadows had been replaced with sparse and much more dull-looking weeds, sporadically placed about. The trees shared a similar fate, alluding to the growing death and despair, the further south the men traveled. It was as if the soil itself beneath the ground had met the same poisonous influence. Soon the hardened men found themselves at the mouth of the vast division that ran its huge finger throughout the continent. For as far as their eyes could see, the downward slope slowly lowered further into the center of Hysteria's mysterious core. The deeper in they gazed, the darker it became, masking its true nature. They knew not how far down it went, nor what lingered in the shadows. Though they understood that the fate of their mission, as well as their people's future, hung on their shoulders. For Ezra, it was hope for his community that awaited him down below. To Carl, it was the excitement of the unknown, and perhaps an opportunity for battle. Lastly, for Benjamin, down in the unknown darkness, was an opportunity at redemption. A chance to redeem himself for what he thought was a mess that he created. How badly the man wished to undo the damage done to Matthew, to right the wrong which haunted him. A sense of hesitation fell upon Ezra and Benjamin, both of which felt a similar feeling of trepidation. Carl, however, felt an eagerness in his bones to explore and discover what awaited, unknown to him. Ezra decided to speak to his allies before they began their downward journey. Keep your wits about you, this is uncharted territory. No matter what may happen down there, we stick together. We remember what is at stake, and who is depending on us. The fate of our people lives and dies with us. Let's go. And Sir Ezra, Carl and Benjamin began their perilous journey ever downward into the dark depths of Hysteria, in search of hope. With each and every step, the weary men watched as the flat land slowly rose above them, as they delved deeper down. The rocky walls that flanked them some 20 or so feet away on each side, climbed in height, as the men's altitude plummeted. Though it was not an immensely steep decline, it did not take long for the travelers to lose sight of the world above. With a slow growing of angst, so too was a steady death of sunlight. The path before them grew ever more murky. As the forward path grew dimmer, it became apparent that this downhill route was accompanied by the all too familiar vein-like tunnels, filled with the neon blue material. All through the massive slope, the veins spanned ever downward. It was clear that these mysterious pulsing veins populated nearly every inch of Hysteria, even down to its core. Within an hour of entering the boundless black spiral, all sight of their former world had vanished. Now they saw only their new home, and ever downward trek into the unknown void. The awake three kept their wits about them, however, not allowing the unwelcoming setting to disparage them, nor dampen their courage in the face of callous mystery. An unfriendly breeze gusted upward from the depths before them, shivering the men down to their bones. Golly, such a frigid wind shouldn't be possible. Carl's outburst was well fitted, as the men had never experienced such a discouraging bellow of wind before. Soon light only greeted the soldiers from behind, as no new source of illumination existed in front of them, aside from the blue hue from the running veins. No shine of welcoming, only a growing cold and disinterested blackness greeted the vigilant tourists. Ezra began to fidget with his bag, and removed an object, which was obscured by the unrelenting darkness. Soon, however, it became clear that the item was in fact a torch. After some more tampering around in the black, a beacon of light burst into the never-ending void. The magnificent flame illuminated the men's path, for a short distance. It was a welcomed helping hand to the travelers, who reveled in their regained vision and the satisfying heat that pulsed from the fire. Ezra looked to Benjamin, and was caught off guard by the young man's surprised expression. "Surely you did not expect me to not come prepared, Benjamin. When you exist in a realm of such unrelenting darkness, you must always wield the light to ward it off. Back into the shadows, where they belong." There was a change in Benjamin, in how he viewed such statements from Ezra. For years, the young man had always viewed such speech from his elder as a lecture or a scolding session. Now, however, Benjamin understood that Ezra merely desired to teach him, and to provide for him an earned wisdom, one that could only benefit Benjamin, and those who may one day depend on him. Ezra turned back towards Benjamin once more. It is always best to have and not need, than to need and not have. Though these words were familiar to Benjamin, their truth remained unhindered by time. Carl looked over his shoulder and witnessed the appalling state of Matthew. His flesh had begun to swell, and sores had begun to appear all over his body. These foul wounds were all coded by the very same pus material found upon the hoard. Carl could not help but speak out about Matthew's condition. "Lads, we must hurry. Matty is in a bad way. I fear we've taken too long on our journey." Ezra looked back and could understand Carl's concerns, seeing the horrid mutation under the light of his torch. Ezra looked to Carl, peering into the terror-stricken man's eyes. "Worry not, Carl. Matthew's fate is greater than even our own. He and his daughter are foretold to banish the malevolent influence once and for all. No force, good or bad, can get in the way of destiny." After what had seemed like several hours of aimlessly wandering forward, and being bombarded by constant gusts of mercilessly frigid wind, a sound began to ring all about. It was the whispers, only now significantly amplified. Though they sounded far away, with each step the ethereal voices grew clearer. Thousands of independent and unique voices all congregated, whispering their own messages. Benjamin turned to Ezra with a question regarding the graceful voices. "It is magnificent, the dead speak. How is this possible?" Ezra walked silently for some time, as if he were pondering the question himself, unsure of the true answer. Perhaps it is best not to think of them as dead, but merely stranded. Their bodies were like ships upon the sea, and one day they fell overboard, and found themselves marooned on an island, surrounded by nothing but endless ocean in every direction. So now they merely wait, helpless and hoping for the day to come where they might escape their cruel situation, and maybe even be reunited with their lost vessel. Ezra watched as the bitter breeze and the light of his torch battled endlessly, with the flame proving ever enduring. Though it violently danced under the punishing power and cold of the winds, the flame fought on and maintained its status. The growing whispers began to invade the men's space, welcoming themselves deep into their ear cavities, impossible to ignore. "Fuck's sake, they're so bloody loud!" Carl shouted out in irritation, as he fidgeted with his ears, desperately trying to escape from the voices. Benjamin's body language insinuated a similar level of discomfort. Ezra addressed his colleagues. "We must remain vigilant, men. It is but a trial. Keep pushing forward. Remember our reason for being here." Despite his focus, even Ezra felt unease from the sheer will of the whispers, who refused to be ignored. Soon the combination of the unbearable winds and unrelenting whispers had pushed the men to their limits. The voices had become so unbelievably loud, and the breeze effortlessly cut through the men's heavy clothing. Every instinct in their bodies screamed at the men to retreat, and yet they carried onward, gritting their teeth with their heads down. Ezra looked up briefly to see that his flame had been snuffed out. He respected the fire for its unwavering perseverance, but could understand its defeat, feeling the wind's wrath firsthand. However, with the flame extinguished, the men found themselves plunged back into the endless dark once more. Even the ever-running veins seemed to have retreated some time back on the path, as if they could not exist in such dark and heartless places. However, where one light had died, another had been born. Far off in the immeasurable distance, appeared the dimmest of illumination. A shine of pure white stood out as an unmissable beacon in the relentless void that surrounded them. Resembling a distant star, Ezra could sense that the men had grown near to their destination. Perhaps this miserable journey was coming to an end very soon. Though despite a light of hope at the end of this long and dispassionate tunnel, the path's miserable characteristic only heightened with each new step. Feeling the effects of both mental and physical fatigue, Benjamin struggled to push forward. Though they were unintelligible, the whispers became so unbearably loud, and had violated the inner sanctum of the man's mind. He felt as if his grip on sanity was beginning to slip away from him. Benjamin came to an immediate stop, listening to his instincts. Carl, who had taken up the rear during the entirety of the ordeal, noticed his friend's sudden cease. He needn't hear Benjamin say it, for Carl understood the anguish they were all enduring. He simply placed his hand upon Benjamin's shoulder and nudged him forward. At first Benjamin remained still, but eventually began to hesitantly push onward. Ezra's legs trembled with each step colliding with yet another harsh blow of wind. The man's many years of meditation had well prepared him for such a challenge. His gaze remained focused solely on the twinkling far beyond, which grew in size the closer he grew. Benjamin's ears felt as if they would explode from the sheer volume of the voices that molested the innards of his skull, piercing through to the inner sanctum of his thoughts. The helpless soul screamed out, though he nor his comrades could hear the sound of it. Carl continued to push his damaged friend onward, whilst simultaneously pulling Matthew's lifeless body along the way. Closer they grew, to the blinding light up ahead, which began to overtake the previously all-conquering black that had sheathed this horrid place in shadow. Ezra witnessed with each lumbering stride a struggle between the black and the white. It was obvious that the two refused to meld or coexist with one another, and that the further on they traveled, that the light would come to dominate all. Oddly, as the light amplified the further down they traveled, the overwhelming whispers slowly began to fizzle out. Creeping in to take the voices' place in their stead was a high-frequency buzzing sound that delved deep into the men's ears' drums, causing immense discomfort. Paired with this unpleasant sound, the exuberant light burned their eyes with its immaculate and blinding brightness. Finally, the black had seemed to have all but vanished, and the men found themselves in a new but ultimately equal blindness. Where they were previously sightless in the dark, they were now the same but in an exaggerated light. Benjamin attempted to look down, but could not see his hands. He then gazed upward to discover that Ezra had vanished. He then rapidly looked behind him, to discover that Carl had done the same. He spun all around, instantly losing all sense of direction. In every way he looked, Benjamin saw nothing but the same endless and blended white. In a panicked state, Benjamin shouted out to his friends. "Ezra, Carl, where are you?" The man's frantic state lowered slightly, as the sound of Ezra's voice rang out from nearby. "I'm here, Benjamin. Come towards the sound of my voice." When all went white, Ezra did not lose his composure like Benjamin had done. Instead, he simply stopped all motion, as analyzed his situation. He did not move in the slightest, remembering the forward direction that their trajectory had been based on all along. For in such a setting, it would be impossible to regain any sense of direction once it was lost. Benjamin followed Ezra's command and followed the direction of his words. His fingers reached out into the unknown space before him, searching for anything. As he did so, Carl's voice called out from behind Benjamin. "By God, what kind of magic is this, Ezra?" Benjamin felt a sense of relief when his fingertips contacted Ezra's shoulders. Moments later, Carl grabbed hold of Benjamin's back, reuniting the lost voyagers. Ezra then responded to Carl. "I am completely unfamiliar with this place, though I suspect that what we are going through is some sort of trial." Ezra paused his words, as his trained ears tuned in on a distant but intriguing sound. The slightest utterance of moving water piqued Ezra's ears from afar. It seems that our sea grows near. Men, do not let go of one another. I know not how vast this blinding land is, nor if we are alone. Slowly, Ezra led his party forward, careful to maintain his sense of direction while doing so. Though he could not see, Ezra could feel his feet, and paid close attention to the trajectory as they planted themselves upon the slowly dampening ground beneath. The high-pitched humming now began to go the way of the whispers, and slowly retreated into the background. Rising into its place was a growing noise of water in motion. Previously only Ezra could hear this sound, though now it became apparent to Benjamin and Carl. "I hear water," Benjamin exclaimed, and Ezra simply nodded his head in agreement. Carl added to Benjamin's statement, "It sounds like the tide hitting the shore." The sound indeed resembled that of rolling tides colliding into the shores of a beach at the border of some body of water. It became apparent that the squishy material that the men were walking upon was sand. Step by step, the three blind men approached this concealed sea, hearing its call to them grow louder. The sound of their steps echoed out into the blinding white oblivion, seemingly wandered on for eternity, growing ever more quiet. On and on, the men pushed onward into the unknown, losing track of time, knowing not just how long they had been meandering forward. For with no markings or any visualization to speak of, everything merely blurred into an immovable white screen, encompassing all within sight. Finally, a break from the monotony arrived, as the foreboding white began to leisurely soften in its strength. At the same time, the active water appeared to be quite near by the sheer volume of its sound. "Not far now, men, keep going." Ezra's rally to his compatriots motivated their movement, as they had all grown quite eager to escape the eerie and endless void that had surrounded them for quite some time. As their pace hastened, the white filter all around them began to resemble fog or smoke, ever animated and in constant movement, floating about. Then an odd sense of glee grew within their chests, as their feet had finally come into contact with water. With each step their feet dampened, and splashed water about. The three halted their pace and celebrated briefly. Ezra looked behind him, and was glad that the smoke that had replaced the blinding white was thin enough so that he could see his friends once again. Benjamin and Carl mirrored his excitement, being happy to see anything once again. The boisterous Irishman voiced his glee about, "My word, I never thought I'd say it, but it's nice to see your face again, Benji." The two chuckled about, as Ezra carefully scanned their surroundings. He gazed down, and could see the ripples of the approaching tide at his feet. A brief time of silence fell, with only the motion of the watering making a sound. The men stood patient, not sure what exactly that they were waiting for. Then the silence was broken by the all too familiar sound of whispers. Only this time, the sound of an endless amount of whispers seemed to be contained to a fixed spot before them, somewhere in the dense fog. It quickly became apparent to Ezra that the sound of the localized whispering was approaching their location. "Something grows near, on your toes, gentlemen." Carl released the handle of Matthew's sled, so that he could wield his axe with both of his massive hands. Benjamin took a less than duel-ready stance, by merely draping his hand over the handle of his blade, keeping it sheathed. Ezra remained perfectly still, hands at his sides, and his gaze intensively locked to the bellowing smoke before his eyes. Closer and closer the condensed voices grew, until they finally revealed themselves. Out from the dense fog emerged a hovering orb, a condensed sphere of swirling elements within it. It shined an immaculate and stunning pearl blue and white, with its inner layers pulsing about, similar to the various veins found within Hysteria's endless lands. With an impossible form that never ceased movement, this ethereal object of mystery drifted towards Ezra. Some 5 feet or so before the man, the elegant spheroid came to rest, still hovering above the fog-covered water. Unease filled the men's hearts, knowing not what may occur next, and whether this otherworldly spectre was friendly, hostile, or merely indifferent. Eventually, after some time, the 3 men were astonished when the orb began to speak. What business do the living have here at the sea? Its voice was a conglomeration of an endless amount of unique voices, all speaking at once. The tone had a distant echoing and delayed sound, as if it were a fuzzy channel on an old radio with a poor connection. Though its word lacked any inflection, and no sense of anger nor happiness. Ezra breathed deeply before responding to the binding of spirits before him. Our friend here has been infected by the poison of amalgama. At the mere mention of the dark cosmic being's name, the hovering orb quivered in discomfort, briefly becoming translucent and temporarily fading out of existence, before returning back to its original form. Seeing this reaction, Ezra paused his explanation. Once it had regained itself, the orb spoke once more. Say not its name. These words differed from the previous, containing an inflection of anger towards Ezra. The very shape and color of the sphere changed in this moment, taking on a slightly darkened complexion. Carl took a large step forward, axe cocked back at the ready. Ezra gestured for him to halt, without taking his eyes off of the spectre. Benjamin looked to Carl and commented on his action. What were you going to do, attack the cloud? Carl looked at Benjamin, and simply shrugged his shoulders. Ezra then gestured his hands in a calming motion towards the spirit, aiming to appease it. I apologize, I understand hearing that name only harbors feelings of agony and resentment for you. We did not mean you any harm. My name is Ezra, I and my colleagues here come from the meadows in the north. For centuries we have hidden ourselves deep in the forests, in fear of the savages that lurk in the swamps. The voices interjected. The horde herders. We know of them and their allegiance to the cosmic malevolence. Many of us met our end due to them. Ezra listened respectfully to the voices, then responded. Then you are all too aware of our struggle. Within in our ranks is a wise elder by the name of Mary. She is the keeper of the Codex, and her ancestors did the same. In its many pages, it speaks of a destined dyad, a father and a daughter. It claims that these two halves, when united in Hysteria, could manifest the power required to sever the connection that, as you referred to it, the cosmic malevolence has to this world. If this tether were destroyed, it would be banished back to the dark of the endless cosmos, far from Hysteria. Well, we believe that this man, Matthew, is in fact the destined father that the Codex speaks of. The hovering spirit remained silent for a moment, seemingly digesting all that Ezra had spoken. How do you know this man, and his daughter, are the destined ones you speak of? Ezra responded confidently. Because his daughter wears the mark, it is an assured prophecy. I have no doubt in my mind that they are the worthy dyad. The doubtful and skeptical voices questioned further. Where is the daughter you speak of? Ezra's face took on a hardened and dreadful expression. She has been taken by the dark spirit's followers. We suspect she is being kept at the Fortress of Light's End to the south. A certain shift in the energy that surrounded this ethereal realm could be felt by all in attendance. It was as if in this moment, the congregation of voices understood the magnitude of the moment. Ezra doubled down on his statement, in an effort to sell the importance of this decision. If he is to perish, to succumb to the poison, then the last hope for Hysteria shall die with him. Surely you can understand this. The voices did not hesitate to respond this time. Do not speak to us on the subject of understanding. We are the hive mind of countless minds, with all of our experiences of existence compacted into a singular form. We wield a capacity for understanding that you could not even fathom. Ezra could sense the orb's sensitivity and frustration from his comment, and decided to utilize this raw emotion in the moment. If that is the case, and you have such an enlightened level of clarity, then the right decision should be obvious. In other words, prove it. Whether it is but a single lifetime, or endless amount, we all know that evil cannot allowed to remain undeterred. For to do so, is to not only cower, but to comply to its malevolence. We must not run from the dark, but confront it head on. Then as Ezra concluded his argument, the voices seemed to turn inward, as if they were having a private conversation. Ezra looked back to his compatriots and saw expressions of concern. Ezra, however, maintained a confident and stoic appearance. Finally, after a long and tense deliberation, the congregation responded. "Very well, we shall cleanse your friend of his ailment. However, it shall come at a cost." Now a sense of concern, similar to that festering within both Benjamin and Carl, now weighed down on Ezra as well. He worried what stipulation the orb may throw their way. Securing this man's life will not be enough to defeat the malevolence. His daughter is equally integral, and if she is in fact being held at Light's End, then you will require an army of immense magnitude, if you wish to have any chance of victory. Your people simply do not wield the military might to achieve such a task. With a brief pause in their statement, Ezra chimed in. "What is it that you would have us do then?" The hovering manifestation of energy then drifted closer to Ezra, now only a mere 2 feet from the man. "Our souls were forcefully removed from our homes, and locked away in this prison, forever tethered to it. We yearn for nothing more than for a release from its oppressive binds. You require an army, and we can fulfill that void for you. Bring us a large pack of the horde, with which we may transfer our essence into their bodies. Then with our new vessels, together we shall conquer Light's End." Ezra was flabbergasted by the requirement laid upon him by the ethereal force. "You realize that is quite the daunting task you are asking of us. It would be no simple feat, possibly suicidal." The orb remained undeterred by Ezra's rationale, and seemed unsympathetic to the struggle. "We see no other tangible path to victory. If this in fact our last and only opportunity, then you will find a way." Ezra ignored the sense of frustration he felt, and simply nodded his head in agreement. After all, despite the voices' lack of empathy, their statement was true. The window of opportunity was closing at rapid speed, and the fate of Hysteria was in their hands. Ezra and the others had no choice, and failure was not an option. "Very well, it shall be done. Will you now please heal our friend of his sickness? His conditions worsens by the second." Ezra's question was met by a silence of words, and questionable action by the orb. From its core, a spiritual limb flowed outward and towards the men. The 3 watchers as this long waving tail slowly drifted its way towards Matthew. It then coiled itself around the unconscious man's body, and then began to pull him towards the orb. Ezra and the others simply assumed that this was an integral step in the cleansing process. They watched as Matthew's body slowly vanished as it sunk into the dense wall of fog that surrounded them on all sides. Then the voices spoke again. "You may be on your way, travelers. We shall illuminate the path back to the surface for you." Confusion befell Ezra and the others, as they did not understand. "May we have Matthew back?" Ezra questioned the orb on why it had yet to return Matthew to him. The man's question was answered swiftly. "We shall be keeping your friend here, until the task is complete. Considering the magnitude of his importance, we cannot allow his safekeeping to be put on the shoulders of mortal men. Matthew will be safe here, as the darkness cannot pass through the veil that permeates this realm. We await your return with grand anticipation." Ezra stood motionless and dumbstruck for a moment. However, he quickly realized that he was in no place for negotiation, and had no choice but to accept the voice's demands. He bid the orb farewell and turned towards his colleagues. Benjamin instantly questioned Ezra on the events that had just occurred. "What is the meaning of this? We cannot leave Matthew here." Ezra quickly gestured for Benjamin to calm down, fearing the chance of irritating the souls. "Benjamin, believe me, I do not like it any more than you do. However, we have no choice but to play by their rules. And they made a fair point. Matthew will be safe here. With him secured and out of our care, we may focus the entirety of our energy on the task at hand." Carl had his own question for Ezra. "Fair point, but lad, how to go about herding those beasts and bringing him back here?" That sounds like a death wish. As bad as he wished, Ezra did not have a satisfying answer for Carl, and answered truthfully. I do not know, but we will find a way. We do not have the option to fail. Now come, we haven't much time. With the stakes made clear, the three men departed from the ethereal realm, without their fallen friend. With a seemingly impossible task placed upon their shoulders, the weary soldiers slowly made their way back towards the surface of Hysteria. Wolf or sheep? Deep in the harrowing and disparaging chamber of the sadistic king known as Charnon, the deeply disturbed man known as Parker had lost the struggle for his own sanity. Where hope, compassion and courage once existed, had now been replaced by despair, hatred and fear. His mind had been hijacked and polluted by the inescapable influence of that evil which lingered far beyond. The man had seemingly forgotten himself, with only passing moments where he could recall his former life. Now all that occupied the front of his mind was an unwavering and blinding allegiance to a faceless malevolence that had found its fingers gripped tight upon his soul. Hanging helplessly against the cold stone wall, Parker slumped motionless, as his mind never ceased its endless scrambled nature. This madness had become his new reality, with insanity becoming normal to him. The derangement was briefly paused, when the savage king, Charnon, entered his chambers. The sound of his heavy door slamming against its frame snapped Parker out of his stupor. The banging noise echoed throughout the spacious room. As the heavy footsteps approached, Parker slowly raised his head. Charnon wore a curious expression as he rounded the corner and approached the far wall where Parker was held. His pace slowed as he grew close, with his massive hand reaching out towards Parker's face. Charnon's hand snatched hold of the man's chin and forcefully tilted it upward. It seemed that the king wished to have a clear and thorough inspection of his project. After a long look, a sadistic grin appeared on Charnon's face before he released his strong hold on Parker's jaw. With intensity and an unsettling glee, Charnon glared down at his new subject. I can see it in your eyes, you have accepted the truth. Amalgama is salvation. Parker, who previously would have met Charnon with rebellion, instead willingly nodded his head in agreement, before responding with his own demented grin plastered upon his face. Thank you for showing me the truth, my king. I am in your debt. Charnon turned away from his underling, and meandered about his personal chambers, with his large arms clutching one another behind his back. Yes, you are, and it is a debt that you will repay soon. For your time has arrived to fulfill your purpose. You will have the opportunity to prove yourself worthy of Amalgame's embrace. Succeed and you shall secure yourself immortality as a part of its holy influence. Fail, and you will meet the same fate as all who oppose the truth. A slow and agonizing death. Charnon turned back towards Parker, who looked on with anticipation and determination. I have told you what it is you must do, and I believe you are capable of achieving it. When I first saw you, I witnessed a strength uncommon among humans. I knew that if that raw intensity and discipline could be harnessed and controlled, that you could be the key to ending the continued existence of those sinners hidden within the meadows. It is this reason that I spared your life. Do not make me regret that decision. Parker enthusiastically responded, wishing to quell his new master's concerns regarding his ability. My king, I swear to you that I will not fail. Together, we will bring an end to those who dare defile Amalgame's name. I await the opportunity with great eagerness. Charnon saw the heavy shadows under Parker's eyes, which themselves seemed to have some sort of spell cast over them. The massive king raised his hand up into the air and snapped his fingers. Within seconds, one of Charnon's obedient soldiers came rushing into the room. The savage came to a stop before Charnon and knelt down in front of him, awaiting his command. Before speaking, Charnon looked at Parker one more time. Then await no longer. Guard, release the prisoner. The guard did not hesitate, and quickly walked over to Parker. The very same man that the guard had force-fed rancid flesh, now met him with a smile. Parker seemed almost elated by the guard's appearance, with an expression of glee. After some wrestling with the locks, Parker found his hands liberated for the first time in days. His arms instantly crashed to the ground, as he had seemingly forgotten to use them, and patiently waited for the blood to return to his sleeping limbs. He looked to Charnan, who gestured for him to stand up. He then waved Parker over, who happily obliged. Standing in Charnan's shadow, Parker awaited his king's command. The sadistic lord placed his scarred and calloused hand upon Parker's weak shoulders before speaking to him, his powerful voice being nearly enough to knock the malnourished man over. "You are to travel to the meadows, and await contact with the mutineers. I will have one of my guards escort you to the forest's edge. From there you will have to make your own way. So long as you travel northeast, you should come in contact with the asteroid. Once you have made contact with him, they will welcome you in. Then you shall fulfill your destiny." Looking deep into the eyes of evil, Parker had a brief moment of clarity. However, the man withheld this feeling, wishing not to tip off the menace before him. Instead, the man simply continued playing his role to appease Charnan. "Yes, my lord, it will be done." With that, Charnan dismissed Parker, who followed the guard towards the exit. However, before reaching the exit, Charnan addressed his subject once more. "Guard, have Dali come pay me a visit." Far from Charnan's chamber, Dali sat in his quarters, stewing in an emotional crisis. The young warrior felt conflicted, knowing not what was best for him. The swamps had acted as the man's home for the entirety of his adult life, though it was Dali's childhood that weighed heavy on his mind. Though Gaston had acted as his guardian and had guided Dali along the path he had molded his life upon, he was not his father. One moment, Dali longed for the life he felt he had been cheated of. The next, he scolded himself for having such insulting thoughts in the face of his so-called lord. It was as if the blinds that had been tightly attached to the man's eyes were now slowly peeling away, revealing a clarity that he had long forgotten existed. Though the voices that had long imprisoned Dali's thoughts desperately lunged onto the man's mind, trying to maintain their hold on him. However, it would be to no avail, as Dali could finally see clearly. He looked around and reflected on the immense evil that surrounded him, and that he had willingly taken part in. Guilt overwhelmed the young man temporarily, as he felt the weight of his actions. Though he forgave himself, reminding himself that he had simply always followed orders, and did what he thought was for the greater good. When Charnan heartlessly discarded of Gaston after his death, it revealed to Dali that his entire life had been a lie. The man had simply been molded into a pawn for a power-hungry tyrant. Nothing was true, and he desperately craved freedom from the bars that had held him inside for so long. Though he felt fear, Dali knew what must be done. Though he had grown to hate Charnan, Dali still questioned the legitimacy of Amalgama. He pondered whether the force was in fact good, or if it even existed at all. The man analyzed his life existentially, and was baffled by how he and the thousands that believed could be so blind. Despite all of the suffering, they continued to blindly obey and march in step, never once stopping to question the morality of their cause. With a deep breath, Dali felt that he was finally ready to denounce the so-called Lord that he had dedicated his life to for so long. To walk away from the only structure that he knew filled Dali with immense trepidation, and yet a sense of righteousness shined through the dark. This told the young man that he was in fact now on the right path, the true path. Already dressed in his armor and wearing his sheathed blade by his side, Dali rose from his seat and departed from his quarters. The anxious man swiftly made his way down the endless halls, towards the prison wing of the fortress. On his way, however, Dali turned down one of many halls, and encountered one of Charnan's many guards. This savage, however, happened to be the one who was sent to retrieve Dali, per the request of Charnan. The guard spotted Dali and waved at him to gain his attention. Dali reluctantly approached the guard and stopped before him to let him speak. "Dali, King Charnan has demanded your appearance in his chambers at once." Through his scowl, Dali nodded his head before responding. "Very well, I shall report to him after I relieve myself." As Dali began to step away, the guard aggressively placed his hand against the man's chest, stopping him in his tracks. Dali's eyes burned a saturated red and glared at the guard's hand with an expression of the utmost disbelief. Then his menacing stare drifted upwards to the guard's face, who addressed Dali. "No, you will report to the king now." Rage flowed through Dali's veins as the guard flaunted such a level of disrespect right in his face. Then Dali's hand eclipsed the guard's gloved hand, which was placed against the young man's chest. Like a snake, Dali swiftly snatched hold of the guard's hand and tightly gripped hold of it. Before the guard could even react, Dali furiously wrenched the guard's thumb downward, instantly snapping it. The guard's hand had been completely rotated in the wrong direction, easily breaking several bones. As the savage guard began to howl in agony, Dali quickly struck the boisterous nuisance in the chin. With ease, Dali managed to knock the guard unconscious. His large body created a loud thumping noise as it collided with the ground, creating an echo throughout the halls. The young savage wasted no time and fled the area with haste. Soon Dali found himself passing through the prisoner's wing, surrounded by his comrades. They all attempted to greet the well-known warrior as he quickly passed them by, eager to reach the exit to the fortress. Though despite their attempt at conversation, Dali simply ignored them and kept onward. In no time, the young man had reached the gate which blocked the outside world from entering the fortress, or in his case, the opposite. As he approached the gate, the two savages standing guard gave Dali a puzzled look. Without Charnan's command, the gate was never to be opened. However, being a high-ranking figure in their culture, Dali carried some swing when it came to his underlings. Instead of attempting to convince or reason with the guards, Dali instead relied on his merciless aggression to intimidate them into submission. He barked an order, with a menacing scowl. "Open the gate, or lose your head." The two guards briefly glanced at one another, and decided that they would prefer to keep their heads intact, and complied with Dali's command. With haste, the muscle-bound savages cranked, lifting the massive gate up and out of the swamp water beneath. Dali did not waste time, and ducked under the gate as soon as there was sufficient space for him to do so. Dali knew that it was only a matter of time before Charnan would become aware of his departure. The young man may have been full of rage, but even he knew better than to be anywhere near the fortress when Charnan learned of his absence. Dali snatched the reins of one of the nearby horde beasts and quickly mounted it. With a fierce kick to its ribs, the creature howled before launching forward. Dali fled from the swamp-ridden fortress. Not long after, the stricken guard was found unconscious by his fellow savages. They shook him until he came to, and immediately burst into a defensive stance on the ground. Once he had a moment of clarity, the guard informed his constituents of what had occurred, and ordered him to take him to their king at once. The savages obliged, and willingly assisted the dazed guard back to Charnan's chambers. They did not bother to knock, and instead burst through the large doors that led to the malevolent lord's chambers. This action resulted in Charnan flashing the intruders the most menacing of glares. The heat from his eyes could be felt on their faces from across the room. The massive king had donned immaculate armor, and held a colossal flail in his hand. However, the center of the flail's spikes was not a generic ball of steel, but a dense chunk of the mountain itself, forged into the shape of a skull. The guard wasted no time in consulting his king, before he felt his ruler's wrath. "My king, Dali struck me and has fled from the fortress." They watched on as the enraged expression on Charnan's face slowly relaxed, but just slightly enough for them to lower their guard. The king's eyes shifted about for a moment, as if he thoroughly thinking through what he had just been told. Eventually, the sinister lord addressed his subjects. Then he is a traitor, not just of us, but of Amalgama. His continued existence is now an insult to our cause. The groggy guard questioned his king. My lord, shall we send out a party to hunt down the traitor? Rubbing his fingers over the sharp spikes of his flail, Charnan responded without looking at his underlings. No, he is a non-factor at the moment. We have a much more crucial objective, but his time shall come. Has the subject departed? The guard knew who his king was referring to. Yes, my king, he was escorted from the grounds nearly an hour ago. I imagine they will be approaching the meadows before noon. Charnan almost looked pleased by the news, as if all of the pieces were finally falling into place for him. The king pulsed with confidence, as he firmly believed that it was his destiny to fulfill the will of his lord. In his mind, he could not possibly fail, for it was the will of what he believed to be God. The mightiest of all forces within all of existence had blessed him with his abilities. The delusional tyrant felt with all of his heart that he was himself a prophecy, who was meant to bring a new era, wherein Amalgama ruled all in sight. Through his misapprehension, Charnan had done unimaginably horrid things over the centuries, and believed himself a saint, an agent of destiny invulnerable to justice. He spoke once again. Ready the men, all of them. We depart in 1 hour. A mile or so from the swamp-ridden, foul-smelling fortress of the horde herders, and a few hours prior, Isaac lurked high upon a hill in the land. From the elevated vantage point, Isaac could see not only the massive fortress, but the endless flat lands that surrounded it. After over an entire day traveling south throughout Hysteria on foot, Isaac had found himself to be quite drained. Though he had finally reached his destination, the middle-aged man lacked the stamina to properly infiltrate the fortress. He questioned if such a task was possible even at his best. Despite his concerns about how he would execute his plan, Isaac knew he had to at least try. Dwelling within the sadistic walls of the horde herder's den, Isaac's wife and Kurt, whom the man viewed like a son of his own. In Isaac's mind, his life was forfeit, so long as it would mean the liberation of his loved ones. Whether he made it along with him mattered not to Isaac. As he rested upon his chest and overlooked the vast canvas before him, Isaac struggled to locate a feasible point of entry. Being built into the side of a mountain made the fortress truly impenetrable. Isaac saw but one way in and out of the wicked castle, that being the awe-inspiring gate which rested deep within the murky and foul swamp waters beneath. The elder soldier let out a sigh of frustration, due in part to not only the obstacles in the way of his goal, but also his own mortality and deteriorating body. He reminisced upon days of his youth, when his vessel was utterly unstoppable. The young Isaac could run for miles, and overcome any obstacle which stood in his path. He felt himself to be nothing but a pale comparison, an impostor of his former self. Though the man which once conquered all before him still remained within, even if Isaac did not believe it. Despite his eagerness to free his loved ones, Isaac swallowed his pride. He knew his best chance at success would come after ample rest and adequate planning. For he would have but one opportunity at this. No do-overs would be afforded to him. The day was young, and Isaac's eyes felt heavy. The man had not the luxury of food or water for quite some time, which left his body feeling incredibly parched and feeble. Isaac decided that he'd best wait until the dawn, and attempt his stealthy raid under the cover of nightfall. Though as the exhausted soul closed his eyes, a loud and unsettling sound rang out from the distance. As Isaac's eyes flashed open, he witnessed the massive gate before the fortress begin to slowly rise up and out from the repugnant waters. Slowly the colossal obstacle elevated, until it left a sufficient gap of no less than 8 feet beneath it. Soon after the gateway came to a rest, Isaac watched as a single horde beast exited, with 2 figures riding on top of its back. As the beast began to awkwardly gallop, it soon became apparent to Isaac that they were heading in his direction. Within a few minutes, the beast along with its passengers were within a few hundred feet of the peaking man. Isaac made sure to hunker down so that the approaching foes would not spot him upon the mound. Soon the sprinting beast passed just below Isaac, who carefully caught a peek at the riders. He was not surprised by the rider, but by the passenger in the back. Unlike the rider who bared the familiar pale purple tint to his skin, the passenger appeared to be a normal human man. What struck Isaac even more was the garb that the man wore. The man was dressed in a police officer's outfit that appeared quite mangled. As the party flew past him, Isaac waited for the sound of the beast's trudging hooves to disappear. As soon as the coast was clear, Isaac gave in to his body's desire, rested his head upon his satchel, and closed his eyes. The heavily fatigued man's slumber did not last long, however, as Isaac was torn from the world of unconsciousness. The familiar and alarming tune of the heavy gate lifting rang out once more for his ears to consume. With an expression of irritation, Isaac forced his drained eyes to hone in on the fortress once more. Allowing the gate his full attention, Isaac watched as if hovered again, and watched as a single figure exited. It was a man, who appeared to be in quite the rush. Isaac witnessed the man quickly leap onto one of the kept beasts nearby, and hustled his way from the grounds in a flash. Similar to the party prior, this lone individual set a mad dash straight in Isaac's direction. Due to the velocity in which the stranger and his beast were traveling at, a great deal of dust was kicked up off of the dried and cracked ground. This heaping cluster of dust partially obscured Isaac's view of the man, making it difficult to track his position. He eagerly searched about for the stranger, but to no avail, as he had managed to unknowingly escape Isaac's observation. When the riled up and airborne dirt finally settled down and revealed a clear vision of the area, the man nor his beast were anywhere in sight. "Damn it!" Isaac spoke out loud in frustration, feeling his pride hurt. He had always prided himself on his innate ability to track prey from a vast distance and his impressively sharp senses. However, his senses had proved inferior in this instance, which only reminded Isaac further of his advanced age and declining abilities. Though as the aged man began to settle back down onto the ground below, he would soon discover that his sore pride was the least of his concerns. The faintest sound of pressed grass behind him instantly sent Isaac in a frenzy of instinctual reaction. Within a fraction of a second, Isaac had already retrieved his bow from his back. As he turned and began to retrieve a bow from his quiver, Isaac was completely caught off guard. To his dismay, the figure he had previously spied on from a distance had now closed the space between them. With his own arrow already drawn back, the man found himself at an advantage over Isaac, who slowly removed his fingers from his arrows. It immediately became apparent to Isaac that he recognized this individual, who had the exact same realization about Isaac. For standing across from Isaac with his bow drawn, was Dali. A peculiar grin spread across Isaac's face, as he assumed that he was about to meet his demise. The thought of such a young man being the one to bring Isaac to his end amused the elder soldier. The irony that his decades of experience and training could be bested by a man not even half of his age caused Isaac to giggle. He had long felt the stinging cold shoulder of fate, believing it had some deep-rooted animosity or grudge towards him, and that it may have finally reached its moment. Knowing he had been bested and felt not the need to combat, Isaac willingly tossed his bow onto the ground. "We meet again, Horde Herder. Seems fate desires for us to clash." Isaac looked Dali in the eyes, who remained silent, posing a menacing red stare. "I care not what you do to me, but I would like ask of you a single favor, before you do away with me." Isaac paused, and noticed no change in Dali's intense demeanor, holding an immense amount of force between his fingertips. Isaac's eyes briefly observed the arrow's tip, that he believed would soon find its way deep in his skull. there is a young man that I believe you took hostage the other day, during our altercation. Well, that young man is like a son to me, and if there is any kindness in your heart, I'd request of it that you may liberate him." Isaac did not bother to mention his wife. Though he long dreamed of freeing his beloved Marissa, Isaac realistically believed that the worst had occurred, and that she had succumbed to the harshness of her captor's sadism. In addition, Isaac and Marissa had shared decades of happiness together and lived long and fulfilling lives. Kurt was but a boy, who had only begun to embrace all that life had to offer. The thought of the young man being robbed of his golden years pained Isaac to his core. "If you could afford me that one kindness, then I will allow you my life with no struggle." Isaac then gracefully closed his eye, in preparation for his execution. His hand grasped the cross around his neck, as he awaited his demise. Some time passed with no action being taken, with Dali merely standing still. With his bow still drawn back, and Isaac in its sight, the conflicted savage struggled. Not knowing which path was truly right, and pondering if he had made a terrible mistake by fleeing from the fortress. Regardless of how he felt now, Dali understood that his choice could not be undone, and that it bared permanent consequences. The place he had called home for so long now shunned him and viewed the man as an enemy. He knew with the utmost certainty that Charnan would view his actions as treason of the highest degree, against the lord he held so dearly. A crime so egregious that only death of slow and agonizing proportions could be sentenced. Though deep down, Dali had always desired to stray from his so-called home, which he never felt welcomed him to begin with. From the beginning, his peers would shun him for the human half which doomed the boy to a life of a recluse. It was only Gastoon that had eyes open enough to accept the young Dali for who he was. To raise him and train him to become not only a satisfactory warrior, but possibly the greatest that the Horde herders had ever wielded within their ranks. His peers who once teased and beat Dali, now bowed their heads when he passed by, seeing the young half-blood at the side of Gastoon, who stood second only to Charnan himself. Truly it was only Gastoon that tethered Dali to the Horde herders. Not their beliefs nor even Amalgama itself, no, it was only the connection he felt to Gastoon for which the boy remained in their company for so long. For in the absence of his real father, Dali turned to Gastoon to fill the void within him. To see the man he held in such high regard be insulted and degraded mere hours after his death forced Dali's hand. Slowly, he felt the tension in his arm reduce, until the arrow and drawstring fully relaxed. "That will not be necessary, mutineer." Surprised by what he heard, Isaac opened his eyes to see a much less intense savage standing before him. The puzzled expression on Isaac's face could not be confused as he questioned Dali's actions. "Why not? Our people are sworn enemies. Surely a day ago, you would have leapt at the opportunity to slay me so easily." Showing no change in his expression, Dali responded, "Perhaps, but the boy you saw then, and the man you see now are not the same. I no longer have a people. I am an individual, no longer the weapon of an organization built upon the broken backs and shattered dreams of the innocent. I hold hatred towards your people no more than I do towards the air we breathe." Though he did not know Dali well, Isaac could see a change in the young savage, who no longer held the same animal-like rage and blind hatred as before. Now a dim light of humanity shined. "I see, so you seek to forge your own path. One not assigned to you by those who hold power over you, but one that you choose for yourself. I respect your courage for relieving yourself of your ties to the Horde herders. It cannot be an easy thing to do." Throwing his bow over his head, Dali stepped closer to Isaac, before responding to the aged man. "It is not that simple. Before I may cleanse myself of these savages, I must make right what is wrong. I do not seek their destruction, I only desire to fix them. But that cannot be done so long as the tyrant remains at his throne. That is where you come in. It would seem that we share a common enemy. The so-called king has wronged me, and it seems he has done the same to you. Help me rid Hysteria of his iron fist, and I shall help you free your son." Isaac's eyes widened, as the weight of the conversation settled down upon him. The realization that the savage before him was not a foe, but was in fact offering to assist in the death of the vile one known as Charnan, was almost too hard for him to believe. Though as he peered into Dali's eyes, Isaac saw sincerity and agony. It was clear that Charnan had hurt the young man similar to how he had tortured Isaac's mind for so many years. He stepped closer to Dali. "For so long, I have dreamt of removing that bastard's head from his shoulders and freeing this land from his dark rule once and for all. You have a deal." Isaac extended his open hand out to Dali, who hesitated for a moment and looked somewhat apprehensive. Though they shared a common adversary, a lifetime of war between their people left Dali weary of lowering his guard too much around humans. However, after a moment, Dali accepted the showing of good faith. A firm and tense handshake was shared between the two, after which Isaac asked Dali a question. "I'm Isaac, by the way, so what shall you have us do then?" Dali looked Isaac in the eyes with a burning sincerity. "My name is Dali, and you will take me to my father." The dark dawn. After an unknown passage of time, endlessly wandering throughout the white void, the three men had finally emerged from the sea of stranded souls. A grand sense of relief befell them, as they finally escaped from the eerie ethereal plane that they had occupied for several hours. Yet a long journey back to the meadows still awaited Ezra, Benjamin and Carl. Though their physical was less now, due to Matthew being left behind in the custody of the severed souls. Indeed, the physical weight was lessened, however for Carl, the emotional weight had increased. The man whose heart somehow surpassed his appetite, worried deeply for his friend. "Something just don't feel right in me gut, lads. We shouldn't have left Matty with those damn spirits." As they slowly trudged the upward slant towards the surface, the ever-wise and calm Ezra placed his hand upon Carl's broad shoulders and attempted to ease his mind. "Worry not, my friend. Those specters have not malicious intent, they simply seek release from their prison. If we are to expect him to assist us, then we must be ready and willing to return the favor. And forget not, we share a shared nemesis, as well as a common goal. Without our combined forces, I fear we stand no chance against such a force as Amalgama." Benjamin, who had remained silent up until this point, decided to chime in on the conversation. "Ezra's right, Carl. Besides, we really had no other choice. We as mere men do not wield the ability to heal Matthew of his sickness. His wounds lay far below the surface, and the realm of natural science. It is a lesion upon the spirit, and therefore requires a phantom's touch." Though concern still weighed heavy on his heart, Carl had faith in his friend's words. If what they had done was in fact for the greater good, then Carl could find some peace in understanding that. Ezra addressed his fellow travelers once more. "I know we are quite fatigued from our ordeal, but I think it best that we set an ambitious pace. I'd prefer not to find ourselves in the darkness this far from home once again. Let us try and reach the meadows before nightfall, shall we?" Both Carl and Benjamin nodded in agreement, and simultaneously followed Ezra's lead, putting an extra oomph to their step upward towards the surface. For nearly an hour the men aggressively climbed the ever-escalating path, craving the sight of the land above ground. They had come to resemble moles, covered in dirt and slowly shying from the brightness of the light. Step after step their thirst for liberation from the underground rapidly grew. A growing sense of claustrophobia had begun to pollute the men's minds, as the tunnel almost appeared to narrow. To keep his mind preoccupied and not focused on the negative space that surrounded him, Carl struck up conversation with Ezra once more. "Ezra, I never got to ask the specters my question." The wise elder turned his gaze towards Carl with an open mind. "And what was your question for them?" Carl hesitated for a moment, almost as if he felt foolish. Well, it's called the Sea of Severed Souls, and I seen the water with me own eyes, so it tisn't a metaphorical body of water. So it begs the question, what lies across the sea? The question caused a smile to appear on Ezra's face. He took some time to ponder the question, as he himself was unsure and therefore could only base his answer on speculation and theory. Well, Carl, being as I am of the living, I do not know. However, if I had to guess, I'd imagine that what lies beyond the Sea of Severed Souls is freedom. Carl gave his friend quite the perplexed look, which caused Ezra to explain further. A freedom that those who find themselves trapped here can only dream of. Perhaps it is an escape, but one which requires the confronting of insurmountable odds to reach. Or maybe nothing lies beyond that sea, and it exists as nothing more than an endless void, one in which you falsely place your hopes and dreams. Regardless of what awaits across that sea, it has no bearing on our current task. What does bear upon us, however, is a monumental force that does not favor us. So we'd best manage our energy and focus towards overcoming that, and worry about philosophical questions later on. Finally, the end of the underground dwelling came into sight, and natural sun could be seen. Eagerly, the three completed the remaining hike back to the surface. A grand sense of ease befell them, knowing they could finally leave that dark and decrepit place far behind them. With their heads now above ground once more, the men then began their trek through the remainder of the Great Divide. On each side of the vast depression in the land, stood massive landmasses blocking all sight beyond their walls. Though which and every upward step, the colossal mounds of earth slowly lowered closer and closer to the ground, where they would eventually become even with it once more. As Carl paused his movement for just a moment to drink, Ezra urged him to ration his remaining fluids. For despite the path home seemingly a certainty, they knew not what they may encounter. He reminded his friend to not only consider the worst possibility, but to prepare for it as well. Carl took his wise friend's advice to heart, and took but a small swig from his homemade flask. Though the temptation to drink would only grow, as midday approached, and with it an ambitious sun. The men knew now why the flatlands appeared so dehydrated and cracked, like dry skin. With such an unforgiving flame above and no shade from its intensity, it was no wonder that the land appeared so dead and barren. Benjamin peered down at the dry ground and could relate to its status, as he felt the very same way. For hours then men endured the relentless stars lashing, as the sweat poured like rain. Though he did not mention it to his colleagues, Ezra feared an altercation. For in their fatigued state, he worried that they would serve as easy pickings for any of the heartless beasts of the horde that roamed these harsh lands. Soon, however, the men would become relieved as sunset approached. As the intensity of the sun's heat decreased, they felt a sense of rejuvenation, as if the worst were now behind them. Though in the sun's absence, a new threat would arise, one that the three were far too familiar with, for under the cloak of darkness, the beasts were sure to lurk. As the sun's influence began to lower behind the distant hills, the meadows could be seen far off in the distance, still a half-day's travel. Ezra spoke to his friends. "Come on, men, gather whatever remaining steam you wield. We must run, and get as close to the meadows by nightfall as possible." With a sigh, Carl begrudgingly fell in line with Ezra's command, and began to jog behind him and Benjamin. Though his lungs began to burn almost immediately, Carl did not intend to fall behind and be left in the black alone. It seemed as if the sun were in a rush to its resting place, as the men watched it quickly retreat in the distance. Ezra wished to not repeat the events of the night prior, as Benjamin had come alarmingly near to being bit. Despite his immense talent in combat, Ezra was not naive nor vain enough to invite such a situation once again. He intended to get himself and his men back to their safe and familiar dwellings of the meadows as soon as possible. Within the hour, the sun that had previously exhausted the men with its unbearable heat, had now turned in for the evening, allowing for the cold breeze to fill the void. With shocking speed, the land quickly fell under the night's influence, casting out all light that dared to linger in its space. Through the crippling dark, the three sprinted onward, with only the stars above serving as any sort of illumination for their path. With glee and bated breath, Ezra smiled as the edge of the meadows was within reach at last. With the heavy forest of the meadows came security from all that lurked out in the wild lands of Hysteria. Finally, after nearly 2 hours of non-stop running, Ezra signed for the party to cease. As he paused to catch his breath, both Carl and Benjamin did the same. Despite their impressive stamina, even they felt incredibly drained from such rigorous and straining activity. Ezra looked to his friends and explained their plan. "We shall set up camp here for the evening. At the edge of the meadows, we are still several hours from home. Let us rest up and complete our travel in the morning." Feeling the tremendous effects of such a long-winded sprint, Benjamin and Carl eagerly agreed to Ezra's offer. Though much was at stake, these men were still merely human, and befell to the limitations of such an existence. Though their desires were admirable and of the utmost importance, sheer biology would always limit one's aspirations with the sudden and sobering wall of reality. Soon the three found themselves in a scene, similar to the one that had played out the night prior. A modest fire, the remainder of their rations passed around, and silence. Not a word was uttered by any of the three, who instead all gazed far into the hypnotic flames. All saw their own unique vision within the swirling inferno. Benjamin saw his wife and unborn child safe and content in bed. Carl pictured himself surrounded by his closest friends at a dinner table, enjoying a massive feast and sharing stories from their days on Earth. At first, Ezra saw the faces of his deceased children, their faces filled with gloom and regret. However, just as hatred began to rear its ugly head, Ezra looked inward. With ease, he cast away the negative thoughts, and turned towards the benevolence within his soul. Then his thoughts shifted, and a much cheerier vision revealed itself. A hilltop in the meadows at sunset, populated by all the inhabitants of the catacombs. All happily conversing, with smiles on their faces, as children ran about, playing and laughing. Ezra fell back on his faith, and knew in his heart that this grand vision would come true for his people, no matter the cost. Soon the fire's physical prime had passed, and faced a slow and unfaltering downward spiral which would end with its demise. As it gracefully conceded to its fate, the three men closed their eyes, picturing their visions within the darkness. Suddenly, in the dead of the night, the sounding of snapping twigs nearby awoke the sleeping men. All quick to their feet, expecting another ambush, like the night prior. Within seconds, the three had already sprung to their feet with their weapons of choice raised at the ready. Ezra's tuned-in ears quickly noticed that unlike the intruders from last night, the sounds all seemed to be resonating from a single location, not from every direction. He also recognized a much slower and less threatening pace to the steps, differing from the hectic and sporadic scattering sounds created by the horde beasts. Lastly, Ezra could tell that whatever approached them in the dark was in fact bipedal and upright. He could identify this characteristic by the pattern of the unknown individual's steps. With his free hand, Ezra retrieved his torch and carefully lit it. As the flame flared into existence and illuminated the area before them, the three men's eyes all honed in on the trees before them. Within the dense forest, the cloaked being approached ever leisurely. Ezra had come to expect that this hidden thing may not be a bloodthirsty beast on the hunt, but merely an aimlessly wandering creature that meant them no harm at all. Ezra addressed Carl and Benjamin by whisper, who both appeared ready and eager for an altercation. "Easy, men, this may not be a foe." Hearing Ezra's words, Carl almost disappointingly relaxed his body, but only slightly. Benjamin did the same, by reducing the pull on his arrow just a tad. Now the three waited, staring into the black woods as the concealed enigma grew near. The steps grew louder, and ever closer with each passing moment. Soon it became obvious that whatever was approaching was only mere meters from the party. Ezra decided it a good time to address whatever lingered in the black, beyond his sight. "We know you are there and we are armed. Approach peacefully, or bear the consequences." Ezra's powerful voice caused the steps to cease immediately. A long pause then ensued with no more footsteps, nor a response at all. The men still knew not whether these wandering steps belonged to a mindless creature or a man. However, this curiosity would soon be answered, as a male voice spoke out from the black abyss. "I mean you no harm. I'm lost. I have no idea where I am. 1 second I was working and then all of a sudden I found myself in these woods. Can you please help me?" Both Carl and Benjamin looked to Ezra, who temporarily remained silent. The wise elder analyzed not only the words said by the stranger, but also the cadence in which he said them. To Ezra's trained ear, the man's tone consisted characteristics of desperation and fear. Due to this, Ezra did believe the man's words to be sincere, and not a trick. He decided to respond the man of the woods. "Very well, emerge from the woods, stranger." Ezra's request was met with silence, and he could sense growing tension in the air. Then the hidden man responded. "I want to, but how can I trust you? I don't want to be harmed." Ezra exhaled slowly to reduce the tension within himself, then addressed the man's concern. "I assure you if you come peacefully, then so shall we." The man responded, "Okay, I'm coming out." Then the sound of crackling twigs returned as the man walked forward towards the men. Finally a figure emerged, as a man passed through the nearest of trees. His hands were raised up high to show a complete lack of hostility. As his eyes scanned across the 3 men, their eyes did the same upon him. The first and most notable characteristic that the men noticed about this man was his clothing. For most people who find themselves stranded in Hysteria would don typical civilian garments. However, the man who had emerged from the forest had a very specific outfit on. For he wore the uniform of a police officer. A long, tense and silent stare-down commenced as neither party spoke up. Finally Ezra broke the silence. "You can lower your hands, men, you do the same." Simultaneously, both the man and Benjamin lowered their hands, with Benjamin returning his bow to his quiver. Carl, however, kept his axe held high at the ready. Ezra looked to his large friend, and noticed the suspicious expression on his face. Ezra placed his hand upon the handle of Carl's axe, and repeated himself, speaking to his friend in a soft tone. "Carl, it's okay. This man means us no harm. Now lower your axe." After another moment of protest, Carl begrudgingly dropped his guard, never taking his eyes off of the man. He then felt the need to vocalize how he disagreed with the command. "Something doesn't feel right about this lad, Ezra. I can feel it in me gut, and I always trust my gut." Tension rose as the 2 parties refused to break their gaze, and Ezra attempted to defuse it before it could escalate. "You're probably just hungry, Carl." The comment caused a chuckle from Benjamin, however Carl remained stone-faced. Ezra turned his attention back towards the man, and questioned him. "Tell us, friend, what is your name?" The man took another step closer to the party before speaking, with his closer proximity to Ezra's light revealing a badly battered and bruised face. All 3 men were caught off guard by the man's scarred and bloody appearance. "My name is Officer Michael Parker, but my friends and family just call me Parker." Ezra mirrored Parker's movement, and stepped a tad closer. "It is good to make your acquaintance, Parker. Allow us to introduce ourselves. My name is Ezra." After introducing himself, Ezra then turned and gestured towards his companions behind him. "And accompanying me here are my friends Benjamin and Carl." Parker nodded to Benjamin, who did the same in return. He then looked to Carl, who maintained his analytical glare at Parker. Ezra had more questions for Parker and his condition. "Sir Officer, you appear to be quite banged up. Tell us, what happened and how did you find yourself before us?" Though he was precocious of this newly acquainted fellow, Ezra was never one to turn away a person in need, especially in the hostile and heartless lands of Hysteria. However, he would need to vet the individual before allowing him into his company. Thus far, however, Ezra did not sense any threat from Parker. Though Ezra fully understood his disposition to trust and see only the best in people, before responding, Parker was bombarded by whispers scolding him and reminding him to make no mention of the horde herders, nor of their plan. Parker winced momentarily, but quickly ceased the behavior, wishing to conceal it from the men before him. Fearing the possibility of alarming him, he fought through the voices and acted as normal as possible, being sure to carefully construct his response in a convincing manner. Well, as you can probably infer by my uniform, I was on working my shift when I found myself here. I responded to a call about some odd sounds and lights coming from an abandoned warehouse. When I entered the property, I was ambushed and beaten by these cloaked men. After they assaulted me, they threw me into the bizarre-looking gateway. It looked like something from a sci-fi movie. Well, next thing I know, I find myself in the middle of a forest at night. So I wandered around for a while calling for help. Then I started hearing these growls that I have never heard anything like before. I couldn't see what it was, but I could hear it chasing after me. So I ran for my life for as long as I could. Then, after I lost whatever was hunting me, I wedged myself deep into a bush and hunkered down for a few hours. After a while, I heard you guys talking in the distance and decided to try and make contact. Ezra carefully listened to every word that Parker said, as did Carl. The two looked to one another, with opposing opinions and expressions upon their faces. Ezra ever optimistic and dispositioned to see the very best in everyone, whilst Carl remained skeptical. As the two stared at one another, essentially debating in silence, Parker began to panic within. The voices screamed at him, and demanded that he gain their trust. Desperate to make them stop, Parker reached out Ezra, as he sensed a likeness between them. "Ezra, sir, if I may intrude. I do not know if you are a father or not, but I am. And I desperately wish to return to my children and my wife. I miss them so, and I can only imagine how worried they must be about me." Parker's words drew Ezra's attention away from Carl. The widower could relate to Parker's pain, as he longed for the days when he held his family within his arms. He looked to Parker, and felt the sincerity in his eyes. "Yes, I am a father, officer. I know the feeling of being separated from those you care for the most. That helpless ache you so badly wish to rid yourself of, just to know that they are okay." As Ezra spoke to him, Parker could feel the voices hold on him lessen ever so slightly. Something about Ezra's kind nature weakened the malevolent forces that had tethered themselves to Parker's soul. For a moment, the man felt clarity once more, before the heinous whispers returned with increased force. They screamed at the man, scolding him for thinking for even a moment that he could break free from their grasp. Parker visibly winced once more from the discomfort. However, this time it was easily noticed by Ezra and the others. Carl watched on with a suspicious eye, as Ezra stepped forward with a helpful hand extended. "Are you all right, Michael?" Parker quickly snapped back into his role to dismiss any and all concern or suspicion. "Yes, I'm fine, thank you, Ezra." As he politely waved away Ezra's offer of assistance, Parker continued his pitch to the man. "Well then, as one father to another, I ask of you to please help me get back to my family. They're all that matters to me in this, or any other world." Ezra felt pity for the man, as he would for anyone in his position. Though his story contained fictitious parts, what Parker spoke of his family was the truth, which helped sell his sincerity to Ezra. Though the manipulative voices could sense the elder's emotional vulnerability when it came to the helpless and hurt, it was quite obvious that the man could not resist the urge to help those in need. Despite his flawless combat abilities, it appeared that Ezra did in fact have a weakness after all. He looked over Parker one last time and nodded his head. "Very well, Michael, you may join us if you like." Carl instantly objected and interjected Ezra's sentence. He forcefully grabbed hold of his leader and turned Ezra towards him. The Irish giant desperately tried to talk some sense into his friend. He spoke softly, so that Parker could not hear his words. "Ezra, please, I'm telling ya, I don't feel right about this bloke. I'm beggin' ye to reconsider. Leave this fella where we found him." The voices shrieked within Parker's skull once more, commanding him to interject. He stepped towards the two friends. "If I may." Carl did not entertain Parker's attempt at interrupting him for even a moment. "No, ye may not, trickster." Carl's massive finger pointed intensively at Parker, as his eyes stared daggers through him. Parker reluctantly stepped back as Carl and Ezra continued their conversation. Though he appreciated his friend's concerns, Ezra could not leave the man alone in the wild lands of Hysteria. He knew it was not what his father would have done, so therefore nor would he. Ezra placed his hand gracefully upon Carl's, and smiled at his friend. "Everything will be all right, my friend. Everything happens for a reason. We do not turn our backs on those in need. It is what separates us from them. It is what keeps us human." A look of immense disappointment could not be ignored on Carl's face, as Ezra walked away from him and towards Parker. Ezra extended his hand out towards Parker, who mirrored the action. The two shared a handshake with a firm embrace. "Welcome, Michael. It will be comforting having an officer among our people. Men, let's pack up and head out. We shall get a head start before the crack of dawn, and beat the heat." As he watched the two smile and converse, Carl shook his head in irritation. He could not believe that his friend of so many years would not listen to his plea. Carl's instinct had never failed him, and something deep within his bones warned him of something deep within Parker. However, he knew he could not sway Ezra of his opinion or his infatuation with being a savior of the people. Though he would be sure to keep a very keen eye on this new member of their party. Soon the four men set off, trekking deep into the waking meadow, en route to their home. With the rising sun now at their backs, Ezra marveled at serene and stunning beauty that the forest bestowed before his eyes. The rays of light perfectly complemented the blue dew-covered grass, and blended peacefully with the red leaves dancing gracefully atop the white trees. A tranquil high elevated the man's state of mind, as he inhaled the crisp and pure air that only early morning could provide. Beside him, Parker walked along feeling relieved that for the moment, the endlessly invasive voices had allowed him a brief bereavement from their murmurs. It seemed that the prisoner's persuasive ways had pleased the whispers, though at the deepest point of his being the man wished to be free of this internal torture and binding, even the tiniest of thoughts that way would usher in an onslaught of enraged voices reprimanding his disobedience. He had found himself in a truly terrifying predicament, where even his thoughts were policed and no longer private to himself. His entire being had been hijacked by these malevolent whispers that were hell-bent on achieving their goal, with Parker acting as the vehicle in which to guarantee its doing. Slowly but surely, the man was losing the struggle for dominance over his own mind and body. His thoughts were quickly becoming no longer his, as he bit and clawed to retain any sliver of self-control. Flanking Parker, with his axe tightly gripped, Carl's eyes never strayed from the man. The powerful fellow had always relied upon his guttural instinct when it came to new faces. Some sort of deeper knowing had warned Carl of something internally dangerous about Parker, that could result in a hazardous outcome for himself and those he cared for. Carl had no intention of allowing any harm to come to his friends, and would happily put himself in harm's way to protect them. Though he could not predict if or when the man would strike, he was determined to be present when he did. And when that moment was to arrive, he would be sure to bring a swift and absolute conclusion to it. Benjamin, who had remained mostly silent for the majority of the journey, took the time for self-reflected. He thought long on the words that Ezra had told him, and vowed to no longer hold himself to such impossible standards. For even the greatest of leaders fell short of their legacies at times. The man had newfound admiration for Ezra, and looked forward to showing his mentor one day just how good of a leader he could be. Simultaneously, Benjamin longed for his wife's gentle touch once more, and was ecstatic to bring his child into the world. Benjamin imagined training his child in the arts of dueling, and one day allowing them to take his place as the leader of their people. Benjamin was determined to leave behind a lineage and kingdom that he could be proud of. Hours passed as the party grew ever closer to the catacombs once more, and for Parker for the very first time. Guilt and uncertainty weighed heavy on the sick man's thoughts. For as the whispers eagerly gained more footing within the territory of his mind, Parker's thoughts towards the men he walked with were themes of hatred and anger. He slowly began to crave their death and their deserved comeuppances for denying the true Lord Amalgame's influence. However, a small section in the far-off corner of the man's mind remained untouched and untainted by the malevolence. This last ember of hope was still his, and was where the man that Parker previously was, hunkered down and held on tight to what mattered to him the most. Here, the man desperately desired to warn Ezra and the others of what was to come, and attempt to thwart their imminently approaching demise. Unfortunately, he now ceased to even possess the freedom over what was spoken from his lips, as it was constantly filtered or held back by the parasite lingering within his mind. Though he was losing the battle, Parker was slowly and unbeknownst to the voices, building up a reservoir of inner strength within the sliver of his consciousness that still belonged to him. As he watched helplessly like a prisoner behind his own eyes, Parker prayed that when the moment arrived that he would wield just enough strength to do what was right. However, he was uncertain, and knew that only time would tell. Finally, after traveling for the entirety of the morning, the men had finally reached their territory of the meadows just as the afternoon had arrived. As the hulking asteroid that had long rested upon the forest floor came into sight, excitement filled the hearts of both Ezra and Benjamin. Carl, however, remained vigilant and focused, while Parker continued in a constant state of confusion and guilt. Walking beside the massive chunk of matter, Ezra spoke to his new companion. "I am sure you will love the catacombs, Michael. Though it is nothing spectacular, it is our humble home. A home which has protected our people for centuries, and allowed generations of families to flourish. Thousands of lives have began, and eventually concluded, entire lifetimes experienced within its walls. You will find our people to be of the highest kindness, and they will be sure to issue you the warmest of welcomes." Parker shyly smiled at Ezra to show his gratitude, but made an effort to avoid any extended eye contact. For he feared that the wise leader could potentially see through his facade, if he were to peer into his eyes for too long. He kept his statements short and concise. "Thank you, Ezra, I appreciate it." The man nearly choked on his words, as the weight of guilt forcefully pulled his head downward, until all he could see was the ground beneath him. With each step bringing Parker closer, the whispers amplified, and with it the man quickly lost his grip on his identity all the more. He feared that soon he would lose all control of his actions, and was terrified by what he may do. As Parker desperately clung onto the final shreds of his sanity, he felt himself be brought to a sudden stop. The man quickly threw his head upwards to see what had caused this, to see Ezra's arm placed against his chest. Parker looked to Ezra for an explanation. As he looked to the wise man, he was greeted by the sight Ezra's pure and genuine smile. "My friend, we have arrived." Parker looked past Ezra to see a rather large and out-of-place boulder rested against the side of the city-sized asteroid. Looking visibly confused, Ezra explained to Parker, "Follow me, we have much to show you." With that, Ezra leapt up and over the boulder and disappeared behind, only to reappear moments later with his hand extended. After a brief moment of hesitation, Parker reached his hand out towards Ezra's. As their hands clutched one another, Parker felt himself be yanked upwards atop the boulder. As he found his footing, he could hear Carl speaking to him from behind. "Watch your step, lad." Though the words themselves seemed innocent, The tone and facial expression of Carl insinuated aggression and insincerity. Parker knew that the large man was onto him, and therefore was a liability. However, as the malevolent forces continued to influence him, Parker realized that patience would be the key to completing his mission to the standards of his new family. Landing with a sudden thud, Ezra helped balance Parker. Behind him, Benjamin and Carl dropped down as well. Parker looked on in awe as the impressively designed spiral walkway that led far down into Hysteria's underground, and into the catacombs. Though in his possessed state of mind, the ailing man found the pulsing blue veins that ran throughout the hardened soil to be quite revolting for some reason. As he started down the long earthy stairway, Ezra beckoned to Parker to follow along. Hesitating once more, Parker felt himself be shoved forwards by some force. He looked over his shoulder to see that it was in fact Carl who had nudged him along with his hand. With resentment in both of their eyes, the two looked at one another with disdain. Carl antagonized his target more. "These eyes of mine ain't coming of ye, so you'd best behave, lad." As his words settled, Carl gestured his axe within his thick hands. Parker remained silent, and merely nodded his head. Benjamin, who witnessed the altercation, spoke to Carl as they walked onward behind both Ezra and Parker. "Why do you antagonize the man? He bears no weapon, and he travels alone. We were not tailed, and he is clearly not from Hysteria. He is obviously of no threat to us." Without removing his gaze from the man before him, Carl responded to his old friend. "Perhaps I am wrong, Benji, but I'd rather be wrong and safe than right and sorry. My gut speaks, and it says he's a wolf selling himself as a sheep." Benjamin looked Parker up and down, and struggled to see what had Carl so concerned about the new addition to their community, though he recalled a similar reaction that Carl had displayed to newcomers in the past. With this retained memory, Benjamin similarly chalked it all up to Carl being slightly paranoid and leery of outsiders being welcomed into their world. Soon the four men found themselves at the conclusion of the spiral walkway and now on the ground floor of the catacombs. Before them stood the circular doorway, which acted as a blockade to keep all not welcomed out. Ezra approached the door and gave it a firm series of knocks. This pattern of knocks matched all previously used by those who wished to gain access to the catacombs. Within moments, the gigantic door began to roll its way to the side, disappearing into the natural earth of Hysteria. With it gone, the entrance to the catacombs was now revealed to the ever-curious Parker. As Ezra gleefully pulled Parker along into their home, Carl shook his head in disapproval. A mixed feeling of frustration and dismay befell the Irish soldier. He felt as though Ezra, whom he had always held in the highest of regards, had fallen for the illusion that this trickster was presenting. Carl had always believed Ezra to represent the best of their people, a figure incapable of corruption or deceit. Yet now he witnessed his role model being swindled and embraced by the hands of malevolence. Through the endless pathways of the catacombs, Ezra gave the newcomer Parker a tour of his new home. At the same time, Benjamin wasted no time in quickly traversing to his personal chambers, where his expecting wife rested in their bed. The soon-to-be father quietly tiptoed his way through the room, until he was knelt down beside her. Benjamin took a moment to appreciate his wife Amber's beauty. Seeing her with closed eyes and in such a serene and unbothered state of peace, brought the man an unrivaled sense of contentment. His eyes then drifted from his wife's face, down to her pronounced stomach. A smile forced its way across the admittedly hardened man's face, as he felt appreciation for the beautiful life that he had been blessed with. For Benjamin, it was not only his family that was looking at in this moment, but also his inspiration. They were his drive to fight for a better life for not just them, but for all of his people. The grateful soul gently placed his hand upon Amber's stomach, and felt her warmth resonate from within. A moment passed, then his wife's eyes slowly opened. As she saw her husband kneeling beside her, Amber's face lit up as happiness fluttered within herself. The heavily pregnant woman quickly sat up and embraced her husband with the tightest and warmest of hugs. The two entangled souls embraced one another until they fell asleep in each other's arms, without a care in either of their minds, tranquility. Meanwhile, Carl sat alone in the feeding hall, feeling quite bitter. Such an emotion was unfamiliar to the man, as he had always flaunted a rather upbeat and cheery disposition. However, ever since Parker had appeared, a certain black veil seemed to have been pulled over the man's eyes. His light-hearted and jovial ways had been replaced with frustration and contempt. He pondered why Ezra hadn't heeded his warning, or at the very least considered it. Carl could not help but feel insulted, as if his opinion carried no weight with his so-called friend of many years. He wished that Isaac was present, for he believed that Isaac would have believed Carl. He then worried for his missing friend, but only for a moment. For the Irishman knew that Isaac was the most resourceful man that he had ever come to know. Carl knew not how to address the feeling of betrayal within him any other way than to gorge himself, and wait. Far down on the lowest levels of the catacombs, Ezra escorted Parker on the way to Mary's quarters. Anxious about his predicament, and still quite unsure of what to do, Parker questioned Ezra on their destination. "Where are we heading, Ezra?" Ezra responded to his newfound friend. "I am taking you to meet Mary. She is the wisest of us all, and a long-cherished friend of mine." Parker, or rather the whispers that had come to occupy his mind, found a certain word in Ezra's response to be quite concerning. "Wise, you say?" Ezra nodded and smiled at Parker. "Why, yes, Mary is very much in touch with the soul of Hysteria. She is the keeper of the Codex, an ancient text that tells the stories and prophecies of this land." All of a sudden, the voices began to scream at Parker, demanding that he flee immediately. The panicked voices worried that such a spiritually touched individual could easily sense the true nature and reason for Parker's appearance. They shrieked and pleaded with their host to abscond from the path he was on, to avoid detection until the time was right. The whisper's unnerved state allowed Parker a brief respite from their tight grip on his being. He knew that this woman unknown to him could be his only opportunity of rescue from the virus that had entangled itself deep within his mind. Though they shrieked deafeningly loud within his head, Parker fought to hold out. With each step, however, the level of discomfort grew to an intolerable level. The man vocally grunted in agony, and shielded his head within his hands. He froze in place, causing Ezra to become aware of his odd behavior. "Are you all right, Michael?" Within his head, Parker desperately screamed the truth to Ezra, however no words left the man's mouth. To Parker's dismay, it seemed that the voices had regained control just in time to thwart his attempt at rescue from their clutches. Now they chose what their prisoner would say. "I feel quite ill, Ezra. I apologize for the inconvenience, but I think it would be best if I lay down. Could I meet this Mary at a later time when I'm feeling better? I'd hate to make her acquaintance in such a state." Ezra briefly gave the man a puzzled look, before responding. "I understand, Michael. Come, let me escort you to your chambers." Relief befell Parker's poisoned mind, as the voices had been pleased. Soon after, Ezra had left Parker in his chambers and wished him a pleasant evening of rest, before departing. Before retiring for the evening, Ezra decided to visit Mary, and inform her of what had occurred, and what was required of them. Softly knocking upon her door in the depths of the catacombs, Ezra entered the room and greeted his long friend. "Good evening, Ms. Mary." The elderly woman could not help but be pleased by the sight of her cherished ally, and instinctively smiled. Sitting at her table, Mary patted the seat beside her, gesturing for Ezra to join her. The man happily obliged, after which the two shared an affectionate and comforting hug. "So tell me what happened, Ezra." Ezra did exactly that, but poured himself and Mary a glass of water each before beginning his story. "We incurred some light resistance on our journey to the sea, though nothing the three of could not quickly rid ourselves of. However, once we had traveled deep into the Great Divide, reaching the sea proved not so simple. However, after hours of aimlessly wandering through a blinding white abyss, we finally arrived at the waters. There we were greeted by a hovering orb that in my interpretation was a hive mind of sorts, acting as the voice of all that had fallen under the dark influence. I informed them of our struggle, and they agreed to assist us, though they asked for something in return. Mary interjected before Ezra could complete his story. They wished to have their vessels returned to them. Ezra had ceased being astonished by Mary's borderline clairvoyant abilities many moons ago, though it still amazed the man. He grinned at her, showing just how impressed he was. That is correct, and they've decided to house Matthew until our task is complete. In their words, such a vital key in defeating Amalgama would be safest under their custody. A point I honestly could not refute, as it seems the malevolent forces cannot pierce the veil between the surface world and their spiritual plane. Mary slowly nodded her head, visibly thinking over what Ezra had said, before taking a long drink of her water. Transporting the horde to the Sea of Souls could prove a nearly insurmountable task, especially under such a narrow time frame. Under different circumstances, I'd suggest contacting the kingdom to the west, however we haven't the time. Ezra failed to hide his obvious distaste in the mentioning of the kingdom to the west, whilst Mary continued on. We lack the luxury of time nor military might to assist us, which leaves us with no other avenue than that of a stealthy approach. Isaac's extraordinary sleuthing would prove invaluable in this hour, though I've grown unsure of his return. I fear his blind determination to rescue those he holds dearest may result in his demise. We will simply have to make best with those we have available to us here in the catacombs. I suggest you take the brothers, Carl and Benjamin, along the outer rim of the meadows. Our scouts have spotted several hordes aimlessly traveling, some alone or in small packs. Perhaps we could manage to capture a small fleet tomorrow morning, and transport them to the sea in the afternoon. We have but 2 days left before the essence transfer is likely to commence. So tomorrow must be our day, Ezra. If not, I fear that all we have fought and suffered for may best lost in vain. Ezra could not hide the doubt on his face, though before he could speak Mary placed her delicate hand atop his. Though I know that you will allow that, Ezra, you have always proved to be an effective and caring leader, especially in the darkest of hours. I know without a shadow of doubt that your father would be very proud of you. Mary could see her friend fight back tears as he smiled back at her, with love and care in his eyes. Thank you, my dear, though I've only been so effective because I had your unwavering support behind me. I need my rest for tomorrow, and I suggest you do that same. Good night. The two embraced one another again before departing from one another, as Ezra retired to his personal chambers for the evening. Seated at his desk and observing an old scrap of paper late into the night, Ezra suddenly heard a knock at his door. Caught off guard by this occurrence, Ezra cautiously approached his door and called out. Yes, who is it? A long eerie pause ensued, before a voice responded. It's Parker. I'm sorry to bother you at such a late hour, Ezra. It's just that I can't sleep and I had something I wished to discuss with you. Ezra felt exhausted and was not in the mood for a discussion. I'm sure it can wait until the morning, my friend. Silence fell once more, as Ezra began to turn away from the door. Please, Ezra, I must insist. It is of the utmost importance, and it will only take a moment. Ezra stood still, and sighed in minor annoyance, though he wished not to turn away a man he had just welcomed in with open arms. He had always prided himself on being available to all of his people for any of their needs. If Parker in fact had something so important to discuss, then it would be irresponsible of Ezra as his leader to turn him away. Very well, Michael. Ezra walked back to the door, unlocked it and swung it open. This revealed a very uncertain-looking man standing on the other side. Ezra stepped to the side, and gestured for Parker to enter. The man avoided eye contact with Ezra, as he obliged. As Ezra closed the door behind them, he questioned Parker. "Are you feeling better from earlier, Michael?" Parker looked around Ezra's quarters as he responded to him. "No, I'm afraid that I still feel quite ill. However, I felt it necessary to speak with you now rather than wait until the morning. Again, I apologize for the intrusion." Ezra quickly dismissed Parker's concerns. "You are not intruding, my friend. My doors are always open to all of my people. Now what is it that you wish to discuss?" Parker hesitated to speak, and quickly searched for a diversion. Scanning the room, he quickly found his avenue. "Ezra, could I bother you for a glass of your water? I'm feeling quite parched all of a sudden." Parker gestured to the pitcher of water and glasses positioned behind Ezra, across the room. Ezra turned to look, then responded, "Why, of course, Michael." Ezra then turned his back on Parker and approached the stand. He retrieved a single glass for his newfound companion, then reached out towards the pitcher of water. As he grasped the pitcher and began to pour water into the glass, Ezra could hear the faint sound of rapidly approaching footsteps. As he began to glance behind him, Ezra was stunned by a sharp and burning sensation as he felt a force thrust into his lower back. He felt all of the air immediately leave his lungs, as he began to cry out. Though before the sound could leave his mouth, Ezra felt a cold hand tightly conceal his mouth. Confused and in immense pain, Ezra attempted to discover what had occurred. However, as soon as he attempted to turn towards the cause of his suffering, he felt the foreign object dig deeper into his flesh. A horrid tearing sensation ensued as Ezra felt his flesh and internal organs being shredded. This second violent delve into the man's body caused Ezra to fall down to his knees. Trembling in agony, Ezra heard a sadistic voice whisper hatred into his ears. The words sent a chill down the wounded man's spine. "Hail to Amalgama!